Well, good morning. If you've just logged in, a warm welcome from the project team. My name's Adrian Bertrand. I work in Six Capitals Advisory. We're one of the project partners to this South Africa-UK Pact-funded project. Thank you very much for joining us for today's virtual workshop. We'll just give it a minute or two for a few people to still join. I see we have the first few of our delegates having joined, which is great. We did have more than 20 registrations. We're not quite yet at those numbers, so hopefully we'll see more people joining over the course of the next few minutes. Let's just give it a minute for a few more folk to join. Right, it looks like we've got one more person joining, and I think we can start. Again, good morning and welcome. My name's Adrian Bertrand. I work at Six Capitals Advisory, and we are one of the project partners for this South Africa-UK Pact-funded project. Thanks very much for joining us today, and we are looking forward to getting to know you and understanding your own interests with respect to climate risk and investment, and what material climate-related financial data points should be disclosed and are you most interested in. This is a full-day virtual workshop, and with the emphasis on workshop, so it's not a webinar. So we really do want to have active participation by our attendees and participants. Our kind of target audience for today's workshop is individuals active within the retirement fund space. So principal officers or trustees of retirement funds, as well as their advisors, such as asset consultants. Of course, other asset owners like foundations and family offices are also most welcome. And of course, we're not going to turn away any asset managers or anybody else that's more, from the service provider community. We've been running a series of webinars last month, and this month we've been running virtual workshops for retirement funds as one standalone workshop, and then also for asset managers as another standalone workshop. And we had an asset manager focused workshop yesterday. An invitation to please comment and to ask any questions that you might have in the Q&A sections that we've allocated in the workshop, but also do feel free to prompt with questions or comments while the presenters present during the workshop today. You can do that by raising your hand, and you're welcome to pose your question or make your comment verbally. Alternatively, please use the chat function. And we'll also be using the chat function to share links to a number of the references and the resources that we'll be referring to during today's workshop. We are going to be making the workshop slides available, and those slides will be available via the project resources website, which is hosted by DNA Economics. And DNA Economics is the project lead of this project consortium. Should you have any questions or challenges from a technology perspective, Safaku, our colleague who's helping us behind the scenes with the webinar, but you'll also be meeting Safaku as he presents a bit later on this afternoon. Please just pop Safaku an email if you need any technical support behind the scenes. So we're very grateful for your time. Thank you for joining us today, and we trust that it's going to be a good session. In terms of the program agenda for today, hopefully you received the reminder mailer from myself yesterday with the time allocations. But effectively, we're going to be starting with a brief welcome and introductions. We'll then move on to the project overview. And in terms of the welcome, we've got a formal welcome from South Africa UK Pact and the British High Commission. Mr. Tapelo Tladi will be providing some few opening remarks, after which I'll present on the project, and then we'll have WWF and Six Capitals team members presenting on the content for today's workshop. And in terms of the welcome and introductions, As I've said, Thapelo Tladi will be speaking shortly on behalf of the British High Commission and UK Pact in terms of UK Pact and what it's about, and the various initiatives and projects that they're supporting both in South Africa and in a number of other countries. And then what I will do is facilitate, then I'm going to introduce the project, and thereafter we will do a round of introductions where there's an opportunity for workshop participants to just introduce yourself, hopefully to show your face, and to just let us know who you represent, which organization are you with, and what attracted you to participate in today's workshop, and what are you keen to get out of today's workshop. So with that in mind, I'm going to invite Thapelo Tladi to just provide a few welcoming remarks. And Thapelo, we're in your hands if you're happy to provide a brief welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian, and good morning to everyone. Good morning to all the participants. Thanks for making the time this morning to join this workshop. As Adrian said, my name is Thapelo Tladi. I'm the head of UK Pact and International Climate Finance Programs at the British High Commission. UK Pact is one of our international climate finance programs, and there are a number of these that we run in South Africa, all of which are funded through the UK's Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. So as I said, UK Pact is funded by BEIS through the UK's International Climate Finance. It's a technical assistance program that also offers capacity building related to climate change mitigation mostly, but we also tend to also do a bit of work that has adaptation co-benefits as well. The program is worth around £60 million and was originally conceived in 2018 with a view to have it run until 2022. But we will be actually extending this beyond 2022, as has been recently confirmed by the British Prime Minister actually a day ago. The mandate of the program really is to help countries, partner countries as we call them, to achieve their NDCs, their nationally determined contributions, and to also make sure that the climate change priorities as well as actions are Paris aligned. The program is demand driven, and what that means is that all the interventions, so the technical assistance and capacity building interventions we fund and that we support these countries with, based on their own priorities and areas of assistance that they would have come to us with. We don't prescribe really any work that needs to be undertaken by them, but it's more around working with them as partners to achieve their objectives as well as their priorities. Next slide, Adrian. So the program is really structured across 3 components. We've got what we call country programs. And this is really the component of the program whereby we fund projects, provide grant funding for projects that will support different sectoral priorities in the different countries we there. So we have country programs in China, Colombia, Malaysia, Mexico, and South Africa. And we've more recently also extended these to Nigeria, Kenya, as well as Thailand. Again, the sort of projects we fund here would be demand-driven projects that seek to build capacity of our government stakeholders in these countries across a number of low-carbon related themes. The other component in the program where we provide funding, again, quite similar to the country programs, is the Green Recovery Challenge Fund. Here we're providing funding for projects that are more of a regional nature and that address more regional constraints across countries related to low carbon transitions and the like. The last component involves what we call skill shares and secondments. And here we're basically funding a more direct form of capacity building, whereby the government country counterparts in one of the countries we work in would essentially come to us with a particular need for capacity building, and we would then satisfy that need by bringing them together with UK experts from the public or private sector in the UK who can provide that capacity building in that area. Skill shares can last anything from 2 weeks to 6 months and typically take the form of workshops, trainings, or mentoring, anything of that sort, depending on what the need is. We also have what we call secondments, and this is where we embed experts into a particular government institution for a designated amount of time, typically up to 2 years. Next slide, please. So the South Africa UK PAC program really started in around 2019, and we started funding projects around the following year, so in 2020. We have a sizable project portfolio at the moment of around 10 projects worth just over £3 million. And these projects cover a range of priority areas related to sustainable finance, sustainable transport, and energy. Within energy, we look at renewable energy and alternative fuel sources development, energy efficiency and demand side management, as well as the just energy transition. So this current project actually falls within the sustainable finance theme of our portfolio. And as you can see from the quote from our High Commissioner there, we're quite supportive of all these projects and also of the work that UK PAC is doing to support really a low carbon transition in the country. Next slide, please. So you can find out more information about the UK PAC program in general from the website. The link to the website is posted there, but I think we'll also be put in the chat. And there's also the South Africa country page on the website where you can get more information on the specific projects we're running here in South Africa or funding in South Africa, as well as the partners we're working with. On this specific project related to climate-related financial disclosure, you can find more information on it from the DNA website. And again, as well, you'll find out more information about the project partners themselves, as well as what this project seeks to achieve, both in terms of itself, but also in the broader context of the sustainable finance theme of UK PAC. I think with that said, Adrian, not to take up too much more time, I think I'll leave it there and hand over to you for a project overview. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thapelo. We really appreciate your and other colleagues from South Africa UK PAC and the British High Commission's support, not only for this project, but all of the South Africa UK PAC supported projects. And thanks so much for providing these opening remarks and a little bit more information about UK PAC and the projects around the world. So thank you so much. What I need to ask is, as I'll present the project overview now, but it seems that with the link that we provided for this Zoom workshop, a lot of people have joined and have been automatically named Sifaku Matibe. You'll see Thapelo's just presented, but his name on the screen is Sifaku. So if we can just ask that you use this time while I'm presenting the project overview, just to rename yourself with your proper name. And you can do that by just clicking over your kind of name tile. You'll see if you hover over it with your kind of cursor, there'll be a mute, blue little turquoise blue button. To the right of that, there are 3 dots or ellipses. And effectively, you just need to go right down to the bottom of that list under the 3 dots. When you click on the 3 dots, it'll say rename at the bottom. If we can ask that you just rename yourself to your usual name, that'll be very useful when it comes to asking you to introduce yourselves and just to facilitate good discussion during today's workshop. So if I can ask you to use this time just to do that. Thanks very much, and apologies for the extra admin. So I'm going to just take a few minutes to introduce this specific UK PAC funded project, as well as the project partners, and then we'll have a round of introductions for today's workshop participants. So in terms of the project kind of focus and objectives for this particular South Africa UK PAC funded project, it's really about addressing barriers to, sorry, I see there is a hand raised. I'm not sure if it's the real Safaku, so let's see. Please go ahead if you've got your hand raised. Okay. So we have one Safaku who's struggling to hear. Can I just confirm by thumbs up whether people can hear me?
I can hear you clearly, Adrian. I'm good on my side.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. So it seems that one of our delegates may be having connectivity challenges. Apologies for that. And I see that there's still a raised hand by a Safaku. Does anybody want to make a comment before I proceed? Yeah, I'm lowering that hand, but please do use this opportunity to rename yourself. Okay, so the project focus area for this project is looking at, what are the barriers to analysis and reporting on climate-related financial risks and opportunities. And we've aligned to the recommendations of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, or TCFD for short. One thing that I can promise you is that if you are new to TCFD or new to this area, today's workshop will be very helpful for giving you an overview of a TCFD and what both corporates and investor organizations should be reporting in terms of their climate-related financial risks and opportunities. Our project team that I'll be introducing in the next slide is a combination of both South African and international service providers with deep international and domestic best practice experience, both in terms of climate change policy and climate change kind of modeling and advisory work for financial sector clients, but also in the broader ESG landscape, both in South Africa and internationally. Ultimately, the objective of this project is to speed up the use of detailed, useful, and timeous climate-related disclosures by organizations such as listed companies and other entities, as well as the financial sector, but specifically retirement funds and asset managers, that will support effective investment decision-making as it relates to climate risk. And so some of the supporting objectives are really to supplement and enhance the impact of related initiatives in South Africa already underway, which are focusing on the uptake of TCFD. A key focus of this project is on transition risk and how this transition risk will affect the listed equity portfolios of investors and the resultant impacts on the retirement fund and asset management industries. So we'll cover, the different types of climate risk, being transition risk and physical risk, in content that is going to be shared today. But effectively, transition risk is the risk that investors and corporates face when the world moves to a low carbon economy, and you might actually be sitting with assets on your book or within your portfolio that are no longer able to be valued appropriately, because what might be valued is not actually going to be beneficial in the long term. But Seren will cover that in more detail during WWF's introduction to climate change. Our intention is to hopefully in a future phase of this project, expand our focus from transition risk, and specifically transition risk to the listed equity universe of investments, but to also focus on the physical risk aspect, as well as expanding our scope to other asset classes such as fixed income or private equity, for example. And also importantly is to make sure that we have South Africa-centric climate risk scenarios that are useful and available to South African investors for their decision making. And so we are already starting to explore some of the physical risk aspects, even though the core focus of this project is on transition risk. And that will also be covered in some of the best practice tools and resources and toolkits that this project will be developing. Very important to mention is that this project is a demand-led process, as are all other South Africa UK Pact funded projects. It's critically important that we are informed by stakeholder and partner requirements. And so this project has very much been a stakeholder-led project. And I'll speak to the governance arrangements for this project as well, which will also just give confidence to stakeholders that this project has certainly been very much a demand-led process. So without going into too much detail around each of the project partners, you're welcome to visit the websites of each of the 5 project partners. But as I mentioned earlier, DNA Economics is the project lead for this project consortium. And DNA Economics are an economic and development consultancy in Pretoria. And they have a climate change practice that for more than 10 years has been advising on climate change policy and the economic impacts thereof, both for the South African government and public sector stakeholders, as well as private sector firms. The Greenhouse is an environmental consultancy. They are based in Cape Town, and they advise on carbon footprinting and modeling and focus more on the engineering and the metrics aspects. And we've certainly benefited from their involvement in the project. One of our international partners is Vivid Economics, which is an international economics consultancy firm with offices around the world. They've been one of the early leaders when it comes to kind of climate risk modeling, specific to the financial industry. And they've been involved in a number of client projects with big banks, big asset managers, Wall Street firms, trying to get a handle on climate risk and scenarios. And so we're very grateful to Vivid Economics. And there is going to be a workshop that's going to be led by Vivid Economics on September the 30th. And we'd really encourage you to register for that workshop and join us for that workshop if you have not yet had a chance to register your interest to attend that workshop. WWF South Africa is a name I'm sure we all know. It's obviously part of WWF globally, one of the world's largest NGOs. And we're certainly grateful for WWF's expertise around the science aspect of climate risk. WWF has been very active in Science-Based Targets Initiative and a number of other climate-related initiatives, both domestically and internationally. And we're very grateful for WWF's involvement in this project. And last but not least, Six Capitals Advisory. It's the business that I represent. Safaku, who's also on the call, is also a colleague from Six Capitals. We work with South African corporates and financial firms wanting to integrate ESG, environmental, social, and corporate governance into their organizational strategies. And we also help them with reporting to investors and other stakeholders on their ESG and impact strategies. So together, we form the project team for this project, and with different kind of members of the team responsible for different project outputs. In terms of opportunities for stakeholders to engage with the project and how we are governing this project, there is a lot of flexibility for stakeholders, and we have a more formal project steering committee, which comprises BATSETA, the Industry Association for Retirement Funds, CISA, the Investment Industry Association of South Africa, as well as the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. And the steering committee meets every couple of months. And then we in addition to the steering committee, we have a broader advisory group, and you'll see on the right-hand side of that page, we have a number of stakeholders and collaborators in terms of our advisory group. And we test a lot of the project kind of goals and deliverables, both with the advisory group and the steering committee. Then you're actually participating today in one of our capacity building and awareness raising initiatives. So we've run a number of foundational webinars and workshops in the last 2 months. We're actually wrapping up with our kind of first leg of virtual workshops with today's workshop. And these workshops and webinars and capacity building initiatives are really to help build a basic understanding of climate-related financial impacts, to also, introduce participants to some of the references, resources, and tools that have been developed under this project so far, and then also, focusing more on, South Africa-specific climate risk information. There's a fair focus on scenario development and guidance around climate scenarios because of this perceived lack of data or South Africa-centric models. And so one of the outputs from this project will be a model for climate risk for South African financial services to use, so that modeling can take place with a generic climate scenario model. We're also highlighting best practice and looking at the value of, or the transition risk impacts of a portfolio of 50 large JSE listed companies. And we'll speak in more detail later on in terms of those 50 company fact sheets, which are available via the website of DNA. We've also provided some reports on climate-related financial disclosures and kind of trends and themes, what we're seeing both domestically in South Africa and also internationally. And then also, just showing what is practically possible by South African corporates and investors when it comes to their integration of climate risk into their strategies, and most importantly, how they're starting to disclose that to their investors and stakeholders. And so we are going to be providing examples of best practice and showing what is both practically possible by South African and international entities. So there's really 3 broad streams of work. These streams are interlinked and evolve together, very much informed by stakeholder feedback and support. And again, these kind of resources are available via the DNA website. So the link is on the page there, but I know it's also been shared in the chat function. And the kind of pictures on the right are already content that is available for download via the DNA Economics website. The first image that you can see there is a very user-friendly publication. It's about 18 pages in length, and it really introduces climate-related financial disclosure information in a very simple and straightforward form. It's intended for non-finance experts and lay people like trustees of retirement funds, members of retirement funds, and you're able to download that at no cost. And there's no cost to any of these resources. Just below that, I've mentioned the climate risk disclosure fact sheets, which have been produced by the 6 Capitals and WWF team. And we'll be doing an exercise during today's workshop, which will actually help you to get to grips with an example fact sheet. Then our partners from DNA Economics and Vivid Economics have put together 2 reports, DNA focusing on domestic disclosure and recommendations, whereas the Vivid Economics report focuses more on the international trends and themes as it relates to climate-related financial disclosure and examples of best practice. And so we do invite you to have a look at our project website and to make use of these resources and to share them extensively. Also to mention that all of our previous webinars that we've delivered over the course of the last month, as well as the workshop slides for the Asset Manager and Retirement Fund workshop sessions, are also available via this website. And you are welcome to go and listen and download some of the content from previous workshops and webinars. With that, I think I'm going to before I hand over to Sefako, to Seren, I'm going to just quickly have a look at the comments section. Thank you, Sefako, for sharing the various project links and resources, and I'm glad to see that our participant who was struggling with audio is now sorted and I can hear well. That's great. Okay, so no other comments that I'm seeing coming through. Then what I would like to do is just to ask that we take just 10 minutes or so to do a round of introductions. I'll start, and then we've already heard from our colleague Tapelo Tladi. I'll then ask Seren Madure from WWF South Africa to introduce himself, and then Sefako Matibe from Six Capitals to introduce himself, and then I will prompt our workshop participants to introduce yourselves. So if you haven't had a chance yet to change your name by clicking on your name or your profile, those three ellipsis dots on the top right-hand corner, if you click on that right at the bottom of the pop-up, it gives you the option to rename. If you could just rename yourself so that you're not all Sefako Matibe, that will help us when it comes to asking people to introduce themselves. So very briefly, I'm Adrian Bertrand, working with Six Capitals Advisory. I've been involved in the broader ESG and responsible investment space for certainly more than the last 10 years. And I've spent time working with the UN Principles for Responsible Investment, working with signatories in South Africa, rest of Africa, and the Middle East, raising awareness around the materiality of environmental, social, and corporate governance issues. I've also spent some time at the Government Employees Pension Fund, helping set up their initial ESG team within the investment team of pension fund itself, and left them in 2015, early 2015, to go back to the PRI. And then in mid-2017, had the opportunity to partner with Alternative Prosperity to set up Six Capitals Advisory as an ESG consulting business. And as I've mentioned, we work with private sector clients, mostly in the financial sector, but also with other JSE-listed corporates wanting to take ESG issues into their organizational strategies, and also to effectively report on that. We also have a partnership in place with WWF South Africa, working on ESG investor tools for South African entities. And so it's a great pleasure for us to partner with WWF South Africa and others in this UK PAC project. With that, Seren, if I can ask you to introduce yourself, and then we'll move on to Sefako from Six Capitals, and then I'll ask workshop participants to just take a moment to introduce themselves. Thanks, Seren.
Thank you, Adrian, and good morning, everyone. My name is Seren Madre. I'm from WWF South Africa. My role at WWF is as an investment analyst. I'm part of the sustainable finance team working within the business development unit. And I'm also part of the WWF Global Finance practice. We work on all things sustainable finance with a big focus on green financial solutions. So things like collective investment schemes, Reg 28 funds, as well as impact investing, blended finance solutions, to green bonds, to policy, as well as to sharing best practices like this workshop that we're having today. As mentioned by Adrian, WWF and Six Capitals have a strong partnership and have been working together for a couple of years now on some key projects like this one focused on education around trustees. And I'm part of the bigger project team that's delivering this project, this UK PAC funded project. So thank you all for attending this morning, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. and I will hand over to Sufako as well as talk to you guys a bit later. So Sufako, over to you. Sufako, you're mute.
Well, it took a while. I actually unpressed the mute button, but it took a while for it to load. Hi everyone, I'm Sefako Mative, the real and original Sefako. The rest of you are just imitations. So I'm with Six Capitals. I work alongside Adrian and another colleague, Melanie. And we are in the research unit of Six Capitals that sort of helped with the fact sheets that you'll be seeing later. And then also for today, I'll be doing a small little presentation, and also I'm your back office support friend for the session today. I'm very happy to have you guys all here, and yeah, glad to see you all.
Thanks so much, Sefako and Seren, for your introductions. Tapelo, I know you've already presented. I don't know if you want to do a brief introduction about some of your other areas of interest and areas of responsibility, if you'd like to take an opportunity just to give us a bit more information about yourself. Okay, we can always come back to Tapelo. I'm just going to be following down the line. So next up is Shirley Kapola. Shirley, could you just quickly introduce yourself, and ideally, if you can, let us see what you look like. Let us know who you are, who do you represent, and why have you joined today's workshop? What are you hoping to achieve from today's workshop?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shirley Kapula from Kwamhlanga in Mpumalanga province. I am representing Dinosa. I'm a shop steward. What I'm willing to achieve from this workshop is to learn more about the investments that are there and the risks that are associated with investments, and yeah, the Six Capital at large, the advices that we could get. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Shirley. It's great to have you, and great to have Dinosa Nursing Union represented in today's workshop. Again, you know, we're living in very unusual times with the global pandemic, and we just want to thank you as a frontline worker and your colleagues for all that you've done the last 2 years in terms of what's needed to be done in terms of our public healthcare system. So, you know, I'm sure I speak for many others. A big thank you to Dinosa and to our nursing colleagues. So thanks, Shirley. We hope that you benefit from today's workshop. Moving on, it's then Robin here. Robin, if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself, which organization you represent, and why you've signed up for today's workshop.
Hi, good morning. My name's Robin. I work for a retirement fund administrator at Transparent Financial Services. So we deal with all sorts of assets involved in retirement funds and work with trustees and that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm just trying to learn as much as I possibly can about everything that's going on. I've always had an interest in climate change. So yeah, I'm just hoping to learn more today. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Robin. We're grateful that you've joined us today, and we hope that it does give you that kind of foundational framework for understanding climate risk and how you can support your clients as needed. While you were talking, I remembered that I needed to mention, which I didn't mention, we do have Batseta CPD credits on offer to attendees today. For those attendees that can join for the full session, there are 6 CPD credits available, and all that you need to do to claim those credits is just to send Sefako your full names and ID number, and you can do that via email, and we can then issue you with Batseta CPD certificate for 6 Batseta CPD credits provided that you've been able to join us for the full session. So thanks very much, Robin, for your introduction. Moving down the list, I see there's an Andrew. We don't have your surname, Andrew, but Andrew, maybe if you could just introduce yourself and let us know who are you representing, and yeah, what are you interested in achieving from today's workshop?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Michael. I work for the South African Typographical Union. I'm a trustee on the union's funds, and I'm just interested in impact investments. And as a trustee, you want to be aware of everything that's happening around and how we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Michael. Sorry, Andrew. It's great to have you as a trustee. SATU is certainly a union. The South African Typographical Union is a union that we're familiar with, as we are with DINOSA, because of some of the labor workshops we've run in recent years. So very grateful that you've joined us, Andrew, and hopefully we can also touch on some of the impact investing questions and thoughts that you have. We are a rather small group today, even though we have more than 20 registrations. So it does allow us to have ample opportunity for discussion and for engagements beyond just the content slides that will be presented. I see Tony Billing has sent a note just to say that they need to leave for the session for a short while and will hopefully rejoin. So Tony, we can't ask to introduce themselves at this stage. Tumelo is also advising that they're struggling with connectivity. So I don't know, Tumelo, are you on the line? Are you able to introduce yourself now? Yeah, I presume Tumelo is still struggling with connectivity. Then just looking at some of the other names, so it looks like we still have one person who might not yet have been able to change their name. Who are we still missing? Who still needs to introduce themselves? If you could just unmute yourself and put your camera screen on, and then we can hear from you.
Okay.
You can show your video, that will be great. If not, just audio. There we go.
Okay.
Your name, your organization. Go ahead.
No. Yes, I'm Ruben Govela from City of Cape Town, representing Sala Pension Fund as a rep, but I'm a shop steward in SAMU, South African Municipal Workers Union. Through this workshop, I'm hoping that it will enlighten me on how to link the two, because what we are dealing, especially how will you equip me to push the investment managers to invest more productively, especially on the side, and in fact, looking at your environmental factors that you've just highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruben. We're glad you joined today, and what you were saying is music to my ears. It's important that trustees like yourself of retirement funds are able to push our service providers and asset managers to really consider environmental, social, and corporate governance issues. The lens that we're using in today's workshop is very much a climate risk focused lens. But of course, climate affects every other aspect. So there will be an opportunity to discuss themes like the just transition as we seek to transition to a low carbon economy. And so we look forward to some of the discussions and exploring your views, for example, as a representative from SAMU around what labor federations are doing and labor unions are doing in this regard as well. I know, for example, that FEDUSA has started work on a climate risk framework as one of their kind of projects that is underway. Is there anybody else that we still need to invite to introduce themselves before we move on? So I don't see any hands or any comments. So then I'm going to invite our colleague Seren Madure from WWF South Africa to really take us through the basics of climate change, an introduction to climate change. I know Seren will be showing us a video, and please, while Seren is presenting, you're welcome to ask your questions or to make comments in the chat function, we'll try and keep this as practical as possible. So thanks very much for the round of introductions. And Seren, we look forward to you providing an introduction to climate change. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Adrian. Hi, everyone again. So this next part of today's session, as we jump into the content, is an introduction to climate change. So some people may be familiar with the concept of climate change, others may not be. But for the purposes of our workshop today, it's good to get everyone a kind of foundational and introductory understanding of what climate change is and what it means. And to start off, we're going to play a video that's going to help explain some of the basics. So hopefully all of you can hear and see this clearly.
As the sun's rays reach the Earth's surface, some are absorbed and re-emitted as heat. Greenhouse gases, such as water vapor and carbon dioxide, absorb and re-radiate some of this heat. Increased amounts of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere mean more heat is trapped, warming the Earth. Human activities, especially the burning of fossil fuels, have increased concentrations of atmospheric carbon dioxide by 40%, mainly since 1900. Global average surface temperature has increased by 0.8 degrees Celsius over that time. Other changes to the climate in recent decades can be seen in the warming of the oceans, a rise in sea level, decreasing snow and ice cover in the northern hemisphere, and a decline in sea ice in the Arctic. If emissions continue unchecked, then further warming of 2.6 to 4.8 degrees Celsius would be expected by the end of this century. Even at the low end, this would have serious implications for human societies and the natural world. For more information about climate change from leading science academies, please visit royalsociety.org.
All right, so that's a quick introduction into, a quick video just to provide a brief introduction to climate change. So hopefully all of you could hear that clearly and see the video. We're going to go deeper into some of those concepts in a couple of slides. But before we do dive into that, I wanted to show the slide on from the World Economic Forum Global Risk Report. The World Economic Forum does this report annually, and some of you may have seen it before, but it's compiled by taking the opinions of business leaders, politicians, and many other leaders across the world to ask them what do they see as their top risks coming, that's going to affect their businesses and their investments. So here you can see it's highlighted that climate action failure is in the top risks by likelihood and top risks by impact. And this has been coming up year after year. And if I highlight all the risks that's been related to climate change, you can see that this map starts to get quite scary. So clearly, climate change and the risks from climate change are top of mind of business leaders and other leaders globally. So it's important for us to have these conversations and these workshops, and for people and asset owners like yourselves and custodians of assets to also factor into your decision-making how to manage and mitigate climate change and the impacts of climate change. Onto some key foundational concepts again. So if we look at what are the sources and sinks of carbon, here we can see that fossil fuel and industry is a major source of carbon. That means these industries have been emitting lots of tons of carbon. And another big source of carbon is the change in land use. So agriculture, deforestation, this is resulting in many, many tons of carbon being emitted into the atmosphere. So those are the two major sources. That's the fossil fuels, which provide our energy and transportation, as well as land use change, so deforestation and agriculture. But there are also sinks of carbon. These are our natural resources, like our landscapes and our natural plants and vegetation and trees. They act as sinks of carbon, so they suck out carbon out of the atmosphere and store it within the soil. And similarly, the ocean is also a store of carbon. Phytoplankton and other organisms within the ocean, they suck out carbon out of the atmosphere and store it. So it's important that we protect our land. It's important that we protect our ocean, as these are critical sinks and critical parts of our natural environment, keeping our ecological systems in balance. As mentioned in the video, greenhouse gases are gases that are emitted from human activity, and these include carbon-based gases such as carbon dioxide as well as methane. And while they're vital to the Earth's atmosphere in certain quantities, they also trap heat and retain the sun's heat, as mentioned in the video, causing a greenhouse gas effect. Important to understand in the concept of carbon dioxide emissions or methane emissions, commonly referred to as greenhouse gas emissions, are Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions. Now, these are referring to the emissions of a company, and the Scope 1 emissions, the Scope 1 greenhouse gas emissions refer to those emissions, carbon dioxide emissions or methane emissions or other greenhouse gas emissions that result from activities under the direct control of a company. So these could include the burning of fossil fuels on site of the operations of a company, either through gas boilers or other on-site energy generation. It also includes the vehicles part of a fleet of a companies, as well as air conditioning. The Scope 2 emissions refer to the emissions that result from purchasing electricity. So every company uses electricity. They usually purchase that from Eskom, and there's associated greenhouse gas emissions from purchasing that electricity, because as we all know, Eskom uses coal to produce most of its electricity, and therefore coal as a fossil fuel results in a lot of CO2 emissions when you burn it. Scope 3 emissions are all the other indirect emissions from the activities of a company that they do not control. So these are associated with the procurement of the company. When you buy goods and services from other service providers, those entail certain emissions. So for example, if you buy a can of paint, that paint must come from somewhere. There are certain emissions associated with producing that paint. And because a company purchased that, those emissions associated with that particular can of paint are part of the Scope 3 emissions that the company is responsible for. Scope 3 emissions are also important for financial institutions because they include the emissions that result from the company's lending and investing activities. So if an investor or asset manager or a bank has loaned or invested money in a company that's, let's say, in the mining industry, and that mining company then emits certain tons of carbon dioxide, a portion of that is allocated to the issuer of the, or to the financial institution as a provider of capital, as a owner of that business, as a lender to that business. A portion of that emissions is allocated under Scope 3 emissions to the financial institutions. Now, in the climate change sphere, many people talk about 2 degrees and 1.5 degrees. Now, this concept refers to the increase in temperature above the pre-industrial levels. So in the video that we showed earlier, they were talking about the 1800s and even the 1700s, which is the pre-industrial revolution. So if we look at pre-industrial human society, what was the temperature then? We're now in a position where we're around 1 to 1.3 degrees warmer, and we're fast approaching 1.5 degrees, and we could be even on track to go over 2 degrees. And in South Africa, we know that our country is particularly warming faster than the rest of the world, so we'll be on track for 3 degrees warmer than pre-industrial society. And this slide is showing you what the impacts of a 1.5 degree warmer world would be and what the impacts of a 2 degree warmer world would be. So we would see that there'd be 100% increase in flood risk on a 1.5 degree scenario and 170% increase in flood risk under a 2 degree scenario. We'll see that species will decline, water availability will reduce. And we know in South Africa, as a water scarce country, this is even scarier for us. We know that sea levels will rise, Arctic sea ice will melt faster. There'll be an impact on people as well, as 9% of the world's population in a 1.5 degree warmer scenario will be exposed to extreme heat weather at least once every 20 years. Whereas as under a 2 degree scenario, 28% of people of the world's population will be exposed to extreme heat waves at least once every 20 years. This is also going to impact food. Every half degree warmer we go above the pre-industrial levels of temperature will lead to lower yields and lower nutritional content in our food supply. So these are all very worrying risks that society faces. And as the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the UN IPCC, released in their special report on 1.5 degrees, they show that it's important and quite urgent the need to keep the planet below 1.5 degree in order to still live in a sustainable and comfortable way. So the need for action is quite urgent. Another concept that's important to understand is the idea of a carbon budget. So we can only emit so much of carbon before we start to see the planet going above 1.5 degree, going above 2 degrees. So to stabilize the planet at only 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels, so at 1.5 degrees warmer, for a 67% chance, we can only emit 400 gigatons of CO2, and that is ever. For a 50% chance, so we lower the probability, then we can emit a bit more. But we see in terms of 2018 emissions, so that's the amount of emissions globally that we've emitted in the year 2018, for a 67% chance of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees, we only have 12 years of 2018 emissions left. So that's our carbon budget. We can only emit in the rest of our lives and future 12 years of 2018. So that's how much we have left under our carbon budget in order to stabilize our global climate at 1.5 degrees. So that's the concept of the carbon budget. Now, fossil fuels is extremely important in the conversation around climate change. Why? Because if we look at our fossil fuel reserves, and this map on the slide is showing you all the different countries and their fossil fuel reserves, which include oil, natural gas, coal. If we had to use up all our fossil fuel reserves, we will well overshoot our carbon budget. So we will well go over a 1.5 degree, 2 degree, even 3 or 4 degree warmer society, which is not good for our planet. It's not good for society. And the risks that were shown on the previous slide will be even more exacerbated. So now a little poll to kind of engage with you guys. We want to get a sense from our participants today, but how confident would you feel in engaging in a discussion on climate risks? So would you be not confident at all, confident, not confident at all, or not confident, confident, or very confident? So if you could respond to that poll, we would really appreciate getting an understanding from the audience today about where your understanding of climate change is. All right, so it looks like the couple of people who have responded are not really different. So hopefully at the end of the session, we can change that. Thank you, Sofako, for this poll, and thank you to those who responded to the poll. We've got another video here to help explain some more concepts on climate change. So hopefully you guys can see this all clearly, and it will help you become a bit more confident in understanding climate change.
Human activities, from pollution to overpopulation,
Sorry about that.
are driving up the Earth's temperature and fundamentally changing the world around us. The main cause is a phenomenon known as the greenhouse effect. Gases in the atmosphere, such as water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and chlorofluorocarbons, let the sun's light in, but keep some of the heat from escaping, like the glass walls of a greenhouse. The more greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, the more heat gets trapped, strengthening the greenhouse effect and increasing the Earth's temperature. Human activities, like the burning of fossil fuels, have increased the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere by more than 1/3 since the Industrial Revolution. The rapid increase in greenhouse gases in the atmosphere has warmed the planet at an alarming rate. While Earth's climate has fluctuated in the past, atmospheric carbon dioxide hasn't reached today's levels in hundreds of thousands of years. Climate change has consequences for our oceans, our weather, our food sources, and our health. Ice sheets, such as Greenland and Antarctica, are melting. The extra water that was once held in glaciers causes sea levels to rise and spills out of the oceans, flooding coastal regions. Warmer temperatures also make weather more extreme. This means not only more intense major storms, floods, and heavy snowfall, but also longer and more frequent droughts. These changes in weather pose challenges. Growing crops becomes more difficult. The areas where plants and animals can live shift, and water supplies are diminished. In addition to creating new agricultural challenges, climate change can directly affect people's physical health. In urban areas, the warmer atmosphere creates an environment that traps and increases the amount of smog. This is because smog contains ozone particles, which increase rapidly at higher temperatures. Exposure to higher levels of smog can cause health problems such as asthma, heart disease, and lung cancer. While the rapid rate of climate change is caused by humans, humans are also the ones who can combat it. If we work to replace fossil fuels with renewable energy sources like solar and wind, which don't produce greenhouse gas emissions, we might still be able to prevent some of the worst effects of climate change.
Okay, so that was the second video on climate change. Hopefully it's improving you guys' understanding of climate change as we go. I hope you enjoyed that. So the next part of today's introduction to climate change section is on climate policy. Before I go into that, I just want to check if there's any questions or any comments from the participants today. You're welcome to just jump in or put it into the chat. So if you have any questions for myself on what's been presented so far, please go ahead and ask. If not, it looks like there doesn't seem to be any questions. No further comments in the chat. I'll move forward onto the climate policy part of this introduction into climate change. And it's important we talk about climate policy because this is a key part of the climate transition risks, which we'll get into a bit later. If we look here, this is from an organization called the Climate Action Tracker. They are showing the historical emissions globally, and well as including what are the pledges that were made at the Paris Agreement, through the Paris Agreement. So the Conference of Parties in 2017 on climate change, most of the global community came together and signed and agreed to the Paris Agreement in order to take action to limit climate change to a 2-degree target. And if you look at the pledges here, you'll see that there's the old pledges and the new pledges, and that there's a gap between the two. And we know that the pledges themselves were not strong enough to limit the carbon emissions and to be strong enough action that we needed to limit between 1.5 degree or warmer society. So we expect to see stronger policies and more rapid transition towards a climate secure future. So we can expect stronger policies to come from governments across the world, including South Africa, where in South Africa there has been a lot of progress on climate change. The slide is showing you this, and it might be a bit text heavy, but the point of this slide is to talk about the long-term adaptation flagship research program, or the LTAS, which was coordinated by the Department of Environmental Affairs. And there is a number of research products and white papers and committees and working groups preparing stuff to support the policy space and landscape in South Africa. So we can expect to see more and more regulation, more and more policy to come in the South African space. Just like the carbon tax. Now, South Africa has implemented a carbon tax, and there's been a carbon tax that's being implemented or is being scheduled for implementation across the world. So if you've got investments in South Africa, you might want to look at them from a carbon tax and perspective, as well as from a policy perspective, how the new policies are going to affect your investments. But if you've got investments overseas and offshore, again, you can see that carbon taxes and carbon policies and climate change policies are going to be implemented across the globe, which is going to impact investments in South Africa and offshore. And many countries have already set ambitious net zero targets. So that means they're going to be pushing the policy space quite hard to get companies and organizations to reduce their emissions quite substantially as we try to target net zero by 2050. What that means is countries want to get to a point where the amount of carbon that they're emitting is equal to the amount of carbon that they manage to suck out of the atmosphere through new technologies or through reforestation or through different kinds of carbon capture storage. So these are going to impact your investments in South Africa as well as your investments offshore. Next part of this introductory session on climate change is just to talk about some useful tools. The water risk filter is one tool where you can look at what the impact of your operations are going to be from a water perspective and a spatial perspective. So you can plug in your location of a certain factory or a certain plant or a certain agriculture or a certain mining operation. And then you can put that address in and get a sense of what the water risks are. And these water risks, of course, are to climate change. As the videos have mentioned, as I've mentioned, with the links to climate change and water are quite strong. And South Africa being a water scarce country, this is quite a useful tool for people to understand the exposures to water risk. The Green Book was produced by the CSIR, that's the Council for Scientific Research, and it's available at thegreenbook.co.za, where one can look at the municipalities in South Africa to get an understanding of their risk profiles as it relates to climate change. So you can check that website out to look at any potential municipalities and get a sense of if you've got any businesses there, if you've got any mining operations, agriculture operations, any industry, in any certain municipalities in South Africa. This can give you quite a nice view on that. Important for the attendees today and for the audience for labor is around the commodities and industries in South Africa that are exposed to climate change risk. And this was a resource that's produced by NBI, BUSA, and Boston Consulting Group that is talking about how the decarbonization of South Africa's power system will affect certain industries, from platinum to coal to iron ore. So different sectors are exposed to different levels of climate change risk. And this was some really good research done by NBI and BCG on the transition to a more sustainable future, and the industries that are and will be exposed to certain risks. WWF also produced a report called the Low Carbon Sunrise for the Mining Industry, which also highlights certain sectors that will be exposed to the transition risks and that could suffer significant losses, financial impact losses from the transition to a more sustainable future. Here again, we're looking at the emissions from each sector. It's produced by that same report that was shown previously. And you can see that the electricity production sector is by far responsible for the most emissions in South Africa, and therefore exposed to quite significant transition risk as we transition to a more sustainable future. And that's followed by petrochemicals, as well as the agriculture, forestry, and land use sectors. These are significant emitters of CO2 and therefore could be quite exposed to things like carbon taxes and other policies and new regulations that might come to bear in the future. Now, while there are tools and reports and websites that one can go and look at, there are also alliances of people coming together, such as the Alliance for Climate Action. So people can join this alliance to work together and collaborate with others on working on solutions for climate change. The Alliance for Climate Action is calling on companies and financial institutions to both work together, but also to make commitments to reduce their emissions to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, as well as take up a number of other activities to reduce the impacts and mitigate the risks of climate change. Now, while there are alliances where people come together, there's also an initiative put together called the Science-Based Targets Initiative, where the Science-Based Targets Initiative, which is created by CDP, the United Nations Global Compact, the World Resource Institute, and WWF. This is an initiative that helps companies in developing targets. So it's kind of like a combination of the tools, the alliances coming together to help companies develop targets. And we're going to talk a bit more about this in a later session today. Before jumping into the next session, we want to, again, get some engagement from you guys and hear and test and ask you another poll. So we want to ask, is the link between climate change and the impact on long-term investments clear to you? So it would be great if you can let us know what your feelings are on this. So we had one response so far. And yes, the links between climate change and impact on long-term investments is clear. We'll give it some more time just to get participants to engage with us. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to know what you're thinking. Just going to give it a few more seconds here, but it's coming up that a couple of participants can clearly see the links between the impact between climate change and long-term investments, which is important for asset owners and asset managers and principal consultants and trustees to consider. Okay, so 3 participants, thank you so much for responding to the poll. It's great to get your feedback and great to know that you're still with us. And it seems that the link is clear for those participants, which is great. Alrighty, so thanks to those who participated. We'll move on to the next now. And I think the next part is for me to hand over to Adrian. And Adrian, I think there's another video coming, so I'll hand over to you and let me know when to.
Thanks, Saren. If you don't mind just keeping your slides up, and then you can play the video, and then I'll take over. Yeah, thanks so much for your introduction to climate change and why it matters, not only for us as investors, but also as a society. You know, many of us are parents or grandparents. You know, it's also about the world that we're leaving to the next generation. And when one thinks about generations and, you know, generational investing, you know, pension and retirement funds are a great example of long-term investors. If you think about a new kind of employee, somebody in their late teens or early 20s joining an employer like local government or, you know, public health sector as a nurse, you know, everything going well, they've got, you know, a good 30, 40 years of working life ahead of them. And so, you know, for your retirement funds that are investing on behalf of members across multiple age spectrums, you know, retirement funds are a classic example of a long-term investor. And why it is so important that we're not just worried about the financial returns that a particular company will be giving us over the next 3 months, but rather, you know, what are the types of investment returns we can look to achieve in the next 10, 20, 30 years. And so trying to put on that kind of long-term investor lens. And one of the world's largest retirement funds is the Japanese Public Pension Fund, or the GPIF, the Government Pension Investment Fund of Japan. And we're going to listen to the former Chief Investment Officer of the Government Pension Fund of Japan. They are the world's largest retirement fund, and they've got one of the largest fixed income or bond portfolios in the world. And, you know, if we think of Japan, we always think of the elderly, you know, upside down age pyramid, where they've got a very young working, a very small working age population with a large band of very aged, you know, people in Japan, because they are a healthier nation. They, you know, they have small families, and they generally live for a long time. And so these, of course, present unique challenges and opportunities to pension funds like the Government Pension Fund of Japan. And so this is an interview with the former Chief Investment Officer of the Government Pension Fund of Japan, Hiro Mizuno. And Hiro has become a little bit of a legend for his time at the Japanese pension fund. And he really put Japan on the responsible investing map, both as a country, but also just because they are such a large investor, much like the Government Employees Pension Fund of South Africa, and their asset manager, the PIC, has phenomenal leverage and power and opportunity to drive change. So let's have a listen. Saren's going to play the video, and let's listen to why this is important for an investor like the Japanese pension fund. Thanks, Saren.
GPF, as the largest asset owner in the world, we do everything we can to make sure asset owner take sustainability seriously. We have
Saren, can you just try and adjust the volume a little louder if possible?
As the buffer fund for 100-year sustainable pension scheme project. So we are, by definition, a very, very long-term investor. We just cannot.
Let me try that, Adrian. Sorry about that.
And make our investment very sustainable.
It seems this is the last.
If the whole capital market is not
okay, we'll make do with that. Thank
and
you.
We thought for the market to be sustainable, society has to be sustainable. And then again, for the society to be sustainable, environment must be sustainable. We are the biggest institutional clients of the asset management industry. So we are using this, the cloud or like a weight to change the industry practice. ESG integration should be in every aspect of our business. So selection of the asset manager, selection of their portfolio, and how we monitor the asset managers, how the asset manager exercises proxy voting. Every single aspect of our activities should integrate ESG into their decision making. And GPF made it very clear, that we expect all of us, our asset manager, integrate ESG into their investment analysis and investment decision making. The problem of today's capital market is a short-termism. That now, that a lot of trade made by machines who has no interest in long-term issue, right? Now the probably average holding time of the New York Stock Exchange is probably less than a month, because there are a lot of trade made by machine at the sort of, sometimes nanosecond cycle. We just cannot let the machine to control the capital market. And it's our human investors' role to make sure that we take care of our future generation. So we are actually revising and revisiting all the rule books we have with the asset manager. And if we see something we are doing not consistently with our long-term perspective, we change it. Majority of our portfolio is actually managed passively by passive or index manager. What we now expect from our passive managers is manage the portfolio passively, but act as an active owner. So the stewardship activities involves the engagement, which is the constructive dialogue with the companies, and the proxy voting. And that's the area where the passive manager can actually differentiate and also add value. So if any passive managers is not willing to take that responsibility or add the value in the stewardship area, that's not the attractive partner for us. We want the passive manager to become a responsible owner, because you control the lion's share of our voting power. Traditionally, asset owners always talk about the long-termism, but asset owners' contract with the asset managers remained annual renewable. So, which I thought really inconsistent. So on one hand, we are demanding active managers to manage with long-term perspective, but we don't give them the long-term contract. We change whole contract with our active manager to change their fee to performance-based. So now the active manager, if they don't perform, they're not going to receive any active manager-like fee. But at the same time, we agree with all our active manager their performance fee to be calculated over 5 years. So we become the first asset owner, according to investment, the consultant, to offer 5-year contract to active managers. As a big owner of the passive portfolio, to make the extra return out of our passive portfolio, people like us, we lend the stock to short sellers. And we make a lot of money by lending it. But I actually came to realize it's not really consistent with what we are saying as a long-term investor. We are basically, saying, that you guys have to deal with these long-term issues, and we support your transformation. But in reality, the stock is used by short seller. They put the huge short-term pressure on those corporate executives. So I said, it's not consistent. We should stop it. We decided to give up $100 million in easy money to be consistent with our long-term, strategy. In the business today, everybody is talking about sustainability. But if you look at the textbook or the curriculum, what the school, our MBA school are teaching, there's nothing to do with the sustainability, nothing to do ESG. That's weird. So Harvard Business School started teaching the case study on a GPIF. The title is, should pension fund try to change the world? GPIF's embracement of the ESG. And it's become one of the most popular case study at Harvard. And I'm really trying to put that in every, the business school education. Role of finance is not to create the future, but the finance is to provide a capital to the people who have great ideas or the people who try to build the future, right? And so we are kind of the accelerator for those change makers. The other CIO told me our job is to save money, not to save the planet. But I counter argue saying like, what's the point of receiving a pension when our children cannot even play outside?
Thanks so much, Seren, for sharing the video with us. I'm going to share screen now, and then we'll do a bit of a debrief on the video. And then we've also got a polling question. But before we load the polling question, just an opportunity for some discussion. That was the former chief investment officer of one of the largest retirement funds in the world. It would be interesting to hear some of your thoughts and views on what Hiro was saying around priorities for the government pension fund of Japan. But I see the poll has been loaded. So here's a question. Does your organization consider ESG when contracting with asset managers? So for those of you who are trustees or shop stewards and you're aware of what's going on in your affiliated retirement funds, do you know whether the pension fund requires the ESG issues to be addressed in contracting with fund managers? Yes, no, or don't know? Or perhaps not applicable if you don't know, in terms of you don't have insight into the pension fund. So it looks like 2/3 are saying yes and 1/3 are saying don't know. Thank you to those who've been able to respond. So yeah, 2/3 saying yes, we are aware that ESG issues are being included in our contracting with our fund managers. And 1/3 have got some homework to do to go and find out whether or not your pension fund is contracting legally on ESG requirements when it comes to appointing fund managers. Let's share the results and then we can close the poll. And so before we talk about the need for long-term investors to consider climate risks, I'd love to hear from some of our workshop participants as to any comments or views you might have on that example or case study from the Japanese pension fund. Was there anything particularly that struck you or was of particular interest? I'm going to actually stop the sharing of my screen so that I can see if there are any hands going up. Would anybody like to make a comment on that example of the Japanese pension fund? I'm not seeing any hands, but did you recognize their view to say, look, we need to have a philosophy or a policy or an approach, and then how we contract and incentivize our fund managers needs to be aligned to that philosophy. So raising the point that there needs to be alignment of interest. So actually appointing fund managers for a longer duration appointment as opposed to short 1-year appointments. So making sure that they perform over the longer term and giving them time to perform over the longer term rather than making them chase short-term quarterly performance because they know that they might not be reappointed by the pension fund for the next year. What struck me was also their approach for performance fees for predominantly passive managers, so that there's alignment of interest. So fund managers are getting the benefit when the pension fund gets the benefit, And of course, fees are always contentious between clients and service providers, but making an effort to align interests in terms of performance fees being paid. And then what was also interesting was their decision to stop securities lending or stock lending, because they viewed that as being against their philosophy or approach as a long-term steward of their investment portfolio, and not wanting to make companies chase short-term profits, which some of the hedge funds are doing at the end of the day. And yeah, stewardship came through very clearly in that video. They recognized the need for them to act as stewards of their members and pensioners' assets, that they need to ask their fund managers to also partner with them in stewardship. So they're wanting to make sure that even passive managers who are just following an index are actually engaging with companies on important environmental, social, and corporate governance issues, that they are voting at company AGMs, and that they're not just holding the shares and kind of ignoring what's going on in terms of ESG issues when material. One of the projects that the Japanese pension fund did was they actually engaged with their investee companies, so the companies that their fund managers are investing in on their behalf. And it was quite interesting because they wanted to hear from the companies themselves to what extent the investors or the fund managers appointed by the Japanese pension fund are taking ESG issues seriously. So I thought that was quite clever because, generally, if you ask your service providers or your asset managers, are you doing enough on ESG? They will certainly say, yes, we're doing a lot, and we've voted at so many AGMs and we've had so many engagements. But often if you push them and if you change the scenario and you go and speak to the company themselves, they might have a different story. And they might say, look, we haven't heard from this investment manager on ESG issues. And so it is critically important for trustees and those that are managing retirement funds to have effective oversight of service providers like fund managers, making sure that they are delivering on their mandates, that it's contracted legally with them, that they need to consider ESG issues, that they need to report to you as the client on what they're doing. And this is important not just for ESG issues, but specifically in the area of climate. And with South Africa being so tied to our carbon intensive electricity generator in Eskom, all of our companies that we invest in are exposed to higher carbon emissions than some of our international peers, for example, that may be able to make better use of renewables. Now, we are scheduled to take a comfort break for 10 minutes at 10:40, and I was about to start with my section, but I think we've been going since 9 o'clock, so I'm going to suggest that we do break now for a quick 10-minute coffee comfort break. Please take 10 minutes, but do come back at 10 minutes to 11 so that we can proceed with the next section. And can I ask that when you come back, if you can just let us know in the chat function that you're back from your coffee break, or if you can just raise your hand to let us know that you're back from the break. So it's 10:37 on my clock now, 10:38. Please take 12 minutes, 10 minutes to take a coffee break, comfort break, and let's meet back together at 10:50, 10 minutes to 11. I'll make a note of that in the chat function, but please do use this opportunity for a comfort and coffee break, and we'll get going at 10 minutes to 11 again. Thanks very much, and see you soon. Yeah, I know 10 minutes is really not enough time to make a proper cup of coffee or a strong cup of tea, so I'm sure we'll be having a break in the not too distant future in the second half of the session. So thanks everybody for working with us and coming back after the break. So those of you that have raised your hands, you can drop them, and I think we can we can carry on. I'll lower my hand as well. But I did want to ask if there's anybody that might have joined us during Saren's session and who hasn't yet had a chance to introduce themselves. As we mentioned earlier at the start of the workshop, the Zoom link that we provided seems to have made everybody Safaku, given you all the name Safaku Matiba when you joined. So can I ask, is there anybody that's joined us that hasn't had a chance to rename themselves? That would be great, because I'm seeing 4 Safakus on my screen. So yeah, let's, if I can ask you, if you've joined us and you'd like to just introduce yourself briefly and you haven't had a chance to do that. We all had an opportunity just to introduce ourselves at the start of the workshop. Can I ask you to just unmute yourself? You can put your video on if you'd like to, and let's just meet you so that we know who all's with us in the workshop, please. Okay, it does make it a bit difficult if we've got so many people with the same name to try and help with engagement and conversations. So let me just remind you how you can change your name on the Zoom settings. So if you click on the name or on the tile, the block, if you unmute yourself, you'll see that it has a kind of a yellow ring around it. And inside that block, you'll see that there's 2 blue blocks. One says mute, the other has got 3 little dots. If you click on that with the 3 dots, you'll get a pop-up. And if you go right to the bottom of the pop-up, there's an opportunity where it says rename. There's an opportunity for you to put your own name there, because currently for the workshop hosts and facilitators such as myself, I'm just seeing a number of Safakus, and I'd love to know if it's a Tumelo or a Tony to help with the conversation and the discussion. So again, you click on the tile or the block with your kind of what should be your name, but it currently has Safaku. On the right-hand side, you'll find there's the mute button, not the mute button, but the 3 little dots next to that. If you can click on that, and then you'll see there's a pop-up. And if you scroll down to the bottom of that pop-up, there's a rename function. You can just rename yourself. So I'm still seeing 3 Safakus. I'd like to only see 1 Safaku if at all possible. But I don't think we need to spend too much time on this, but I see someone unmuted themselves. So hopefully that will help you, know which tile to rename. And it'll be great if we can all just, have our birth names, if we can call it that, describing us. Okay, I'm going to share my screen again, and I'm going to be introducing the topic, why long-term investors need to consider climate risks. And again, the invitation is there. Please do make your post your questions or comments in the chat function, which Safaku and Seren will be monitoring. And of course, if you would like to make a comment, audibly or verbally, with or without your video camera on, you can also just raise your hand, and we'll do that. So I think from the example of the Japanese pension fund, the GPIF, I think it's quite clear that investors can't avoid environmental, social, and governance issues across their portfolios, and they can't avoid exposure to climate risk. And this is supported by the UN Principles for Responsible Investment, which is the world's largest and leading global collaboration by investors such as retirement funds and fund managers wanting to collaborate on systemic risks and ESG issues or sub-themes, many of which are systemic risks. Examples could include climate risk, but also other examples like alignment of interest when it comes to executive remuneration and incentives, sustainable agriculture, palm oil. There's an endless list of thematic areas that investors from around the world could get involved in supporting. So, why does climate change matter to investors? Well, at the end of the day, you as an investor, and especially retirement funds, are investing for future cash flows or future revenues that you hope to realize by giving money as an investor into other businesses, as those businesses do well and they're able to return some of their profits to their shareholders. And you're making an investment into the future, and climate risks and some ESG risks are future risks that are going to be more prevalent over the short or medium term. Some examples, but then others will be more on the medium and long-term kind of risk profile. When one thinks about climate change, in Saren's presentation, we would have learned about physical and transition risks. Most of us are familiar with the physical risks of climate change, like drought conditions, fires, extreme periods of heat or cold, extreme weather events, ocean surges or tsunamis to a certain extent, and very destructive physical knock-on effects from climate risk. Transition risk, which is again being invested in certain sectors of the economy, like coal mining, for example. It's likely that it's going to be more difficult for coal mining companies to remain profitable when investors, especially our international investor counterparts, are starting to divest from coal-intensive assets or carbon-intensive assets. And so there's a potential that we are valuing assets at today's value and trying to estimate future cash flows, which could very well be at risk or become stranded because we'll never really be able to achieve or realize those investment returns that we think we're going to get today because of the global transition to a low carbon economy. Climate risks are systemic issues which affect all asset types and sectors. If you think about a carbon tax, for example, each and every organization is somehow connected to the South African electricity power grid. And as I mentioned earlier, Eskom is the electricity utility provider in South Africa, which uses, makes extensive reliance on coal for our power supply. And so if you are in production or manufacturing and you're making use of electricity, the likelihood of you starting to pay a carbon tax is significant. In actual fact, if you want to buy a new vehicle or a new car today, and you go to the dealership and you're signing the papers, you will see that there is a line item that you need to pay, and that is a carbon tax. So already we are starting to feel the impacts of this transition to a low carbon economy, as government and policymakers are trying to internalize some of these external or externalities, which previously we haven't had to pay for. But as we are putting a price on carbon and as we are starting to tax carbon, it's going to become more and more prevalent for investors, irrespective of what area or industry that you're invested in. Especially in the context of South Africa, where we are all linked for the most part to the Eskom power grid. And so this will definitely impact on investment returns, especially in the long term, as well as asset valuations. So the value of companies can change. And an example of how a company, valuation has changed, not because of climate risk, but for example, Naspers or Prosus and their big investment in Tencent, which is one of the world's global kind of largest Chinese-based kind of technology companies. They sell online games and WeChat and that type of thing. With the Chinese government crackdown on kind of software companies or tech companies, and kind of limiting the hours of gaming for children in China. There's been a massive impact on the investor confidence because of business being more challenging under this additional kind of regulatory environment in China. Already we've seen the valuation or the market value of those assets starting to drop. And so immediately that then starts asset managers and investors thinking around, well, is Naspers or Prosus, still such an attractive investment relative to some other investments that we could invest in, which are giving us more or less the same financial returns. So climate change is no different. It's going to force investors to consider their investment choice decisions and how they allocate their investment allocation to different sectors and businesses. So that's on the risk side. On the opportunity side, climate also provides plenty opportunities for more sustainable ways of producing electricity. Again, kind of smart agriculture, renewable energy, infrastructure assets, where instead of us all going to work in our own cars, our private vehicles, where you've got 1 or 2 people in a private vehicle, let's rather see more people using public transport. Finding more efficient ways to produce goods and services. And so it really does allow for innovation. And there's an added driver for innovation when one is starting to tax things like carbon, because there's a cost-saving rationale as well. Different countries and sectors have their own, risks as well. And South Africa, for example, because of our distance from our trade partners, especially if one thinks of Europe and the UK and the US, who are increasingly starting to, apply tariffs to, carbon-intensive trade partners, it's going to make us more and more. It's going to make it more and more challenging for us to compete on a level playing field, because we are so much further than a lot of our trade partners and our kind of trade markets. So getting our fruit and vegetables, and whether it's blueberries or oranges, to market in Europe and elsewhere, because of the distances that need to be traveled, that can very much impact on how attractive our goods and services become, from a climate lens. And then lastly, investors around the world are starting to apply an ESG lens to a far greater degree. Internationally, there's been a number of developments confirming that fiduciary duty, this duty of care. When we invest other people's money, we need to do so more cautiously than we would even working with our own money and investments. Because ESG risks can very quickly present themselves as financial risks, and have an impact on financial performance, more and more regulators and court cases around the world have been confirming that the consideration of material or relevant environmental, social, and corporate governance issues is very much a part of your fiduciary duty. How to properly take care and manage your client or stakeholder beneficiary assets on their behalf. And, so we're seeing a lot of focus on climate change as a material systemic risk, a long-term risk that long-term investors like retirement funds need to increasingly consider. We're going to move into a polling question quickly. And in terms of your confidence level, we'd like to understand how confident would you feel in engaging in a discussion on the task force on climate-related financial disclosures. And again, we haven't presented on this yet, so if you haven't encountered the TCFD before, there's no harm in answering that you're not confident at all, or that you're not confident. Perhaps you have already come across TCFD and you're a bit more confident, or very confident in that you've done some studies into the TCFD and what it's all about. So please take a moment just to respond to that polling question. Are you not confident? at all? Are you not confident? Are you confident or very confident? And as would probably be expected, TCFD is still quite new for a lot of people. 2/3 of our audience are not confident at all. So low familiarity with the TCFD framework, whereas 1/3 of our participants are confident, and that's good to hear. So definitely an opportunity to improve on confidence levels. So we can end the poll there and share the results. And then we're going to move on in terms of our what we're going to be covering. And yeah, maybe just to thanks very much, Sefako. We can close that and move on. So the need for climate-related disclosure and why this matters for investors like pension funds and asset managers. So, you know, I've mentioned some of the kind of the global movements and currents driving the increased focus on environmental, social, and corporate governance issues, and you know, the increasing investor focus on this. And you know, investors are for the most part very smart. You know, we pay them big salaries because they're well qualified and they're experts, and we entrust our money and our future livelihoods to them. And they are increasingly recognizing climate risk as a very real risk that they need to get to grips with in terms of making sure that they are, you know, fully understanding these risks so that they can price it into their investment decision. And what we're also seeing is that these investors are putting pressure on companies, like listed companies, for example, into which they're investing, to also increasingly report on how they are addressing climate-related risks in their strategies, operations. And how do you do that? How do you communicate that to your investors and stakeholders? You do that via your public reporting, which is a legal requirement if you're a listed company. And so investors are increasingly demanding more and more decision-useful climate-related information from their investee companies. So that would be, for example, a Sanlam or an Old Mutual or a Coronation or Kagiso fund manager asking a listed entity like a Sasol or a Pick n Pay or an Absa Bank to provide appropriate levels of disclosure and information to the market publicly on how they're considering climate-related risks. And this is driven by the potential impacts of both physical as well as transition risk. And as we've kind of discussed earlier, some sectors of the economy will be more challenged or threatened than others. If you think about global warming and you think of climate change and changing climates, that's going to mean that some areas are going to be receiving more rainfall than they are normally receiving, or less rainfall, extensive droughts. You can already imagine the impact that is going to have on our agricultural industry, for example. And of course, that's going to have a knock-on effect on the suppliers and the supply chain to the agriculture industry. So, you know, companies that sell fertilizer, for example, or seeds, and you know, both up and down the value chain, there will be impact. And of course, you know, it's not only investors that are interested in how, you know, corporates and the private sector are managing climate risks, but also other stakeholders like academics, government, regulators, special interest groups like community groups, organized labor, because of the potential impact on job losses, and other stakeholders like non-governmental organizations, etc. And so there really is this global kind of alignment of increased interest when it comes to how, for the most part, you know, private sector for-profit companies, especially large listed companies, are dealing with climate risk. So there are a number of frameworks that are available to corporates like listed companies and investors to report on climate-related risks and opportunities and data points. And so I'm going to move on to the next polling question before we introduce some of these initiatives and frameworks. So the question is, which climate-related disclosure framework are you most familiar with? Are you familiar, and you can choose one of these. Are you familiar with the CDP, the Carbon Disclosure Project, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, or TCFD, the Global Reporting Initiative, or the Science-Based Targets Initiative, or SBTI? If you kind of are familiar with one of these frameworks, please why don't you choose one. If you're not familiar with any of the frameworks, I guess that's also okay. Maybe then you'll need to choose the TCFD one because we've just introduced it, but we'll be going into more detail in terms of the TCFD in the slides ahead. Okay, then moving on, just to speak to a few climate-related disclosure frameworks and initiatives. And again, what investors need is they need credible, timeous, and relevant climate-related disclosures to help them in their investment decision-making. And so a lot of these initiatives and frameworks that we'll be mentioning, some of them are very focused on climate, others are more broader around sustainability data and kind of more ESG information more broadly. So, for example, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures is very targeted and specific on climate disclosures, so climate-related financial disclosures. The Carbon Disclosure Project, which has been around for probably more than a decade, is very familiar in the South African context, with a lot of listed companies having reported against the CDP framework for a number of years. So the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, the Carbon Disclosure Project, and the Science-Based Targets Initiative are very much climate-focused. The others, the Global Reporting Initiative, the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, and the International Integrated Reporting Council, or IIRC, who are now aligning and collaborating under the Global Value Reporting Foundation, cut across environmental, social, and governance themes, including climate risk, including reporting against climate. And so the fact that we have these various frameworks collaborating and aligning is very useful, because I think there's a lot of confusion in the market with these different frameworks. But increasingly, we are seeing that the TCFD, when it comes to climate, is seen to be the framework of choice, and a number of regulators are starting to make disclosure against TCFD mandatory for organizations in their region. So just at a high level, the Carbon Disclosure Project, this is a carbon disclosure system for companies, investors, and other entities like cities and regions. There are just short of 10,000 companies that report through the CDP framework on climate change, water security, and forests. Those are the three focus areas for CDP. And there are about 13 kind of elements that the CDP framework requires companies to report against. So governance, risks and opportunities, business strategy, targets and performance, emission methodology, emissions data, emission breakdown, energy, additional metrics, verification, carbon pricing, engagement, and sign-off. And the reason that I went through that list is that you'll see when we introduce the TCFD, there is some overlap and alignment, which allows organizations that are already reporting against CDP to use some of their CDP reporting data points to assist them in reporting against the TCFD. So the CDP disclosure platform is already a useful mechanism that a number of entities are using for reporting support in terms of the TCFD's reporting recommendations. And so there's an opportunity for alignment and efficiencies. And CDP because it's so well supported with more than 10,000 companies disclosing against their framework, it's a lovely database. It's a large, accessible database to both investors and other stakeholders. CDP gives a score to each participating organization, so you're able to score by company against company in terms of sector comparisons. And it really has done a great job in driving investors and companies towards a zero carbon, sustainable and resilient global economy. And so there's a strong link and benefit between CDP and TCFD, and certainly it's our project partners view that there's going to be increasing alignment in the months and years ahead. So there's also opportunities and financial impacts that result because of climate risk and climate change. So we've already mentioned this, but physical risk refers to how the physical impacts of climate change may or will impact on the financial performance of an entity or a company, an investment, both now over the short term and into the future. And transition risk is that climate risk that arises due to changes in regulations, policies, technology, markets, and reputations linked to efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So, one example of transition risk without, using the climate risk example is, let's think about, a transition risk that's been brought about by the COVID pandemic. So if you listen to some of the reports that are coming out of our property companies in South Africa or the REITs, real estate investment trusts, one of the largest listed property companies came out earlier this week or last week to say that 25% of their office space in Sandton is now vacant. So why is that vacant? It's because for many people, they've now been asked to work from home. Their employers are no longer renting their office space from large, real estate landowners or office owners. And so as a result, there's been a transition risk that has materialized because of the pandemic, as more and more employers are moving their staff to a virtual environment, working from home, only coming into office as and when necessary. So there's a practical example of a transition risk that is not related to climate risk per se, but that's a transition risk that has materialized because of the global pandemic. And so one needs to think through, as we, see consumers, ourselves deciding on, do we buy a car or do we rather use Uber or Bolt? That is a transition risk for, vehicle manufacturers. And so with every transition, there's both opportunity and risk, and investors need to be considering both sides of the risk and the opportunity spectrum. Acute risk is a physical risk. In terms of acute physical risks, refer to those that are event driven. So this could be flooding, or fire, or drought, whereas chronic risk refers to those chronic physical risks that are longer term shifts in climate pattern. And I'm somebody who enjoys some wine. If you speak to wine farmers in South Africa, but also increasingly in other parts of the world, the wine grapes, the grapevines, what you can plant in certain regions is changing as a result of climate change. In the UK, where one can plant grapevines, but generally it hasn't been a recognized, leading region for growing grapes. Increasingly in the UK, because of warming climate, they are able to plant vineyards. We are starting to see, certain varietals or cultivars of grapes being planted in South Africa already, where wine farmers are already starting to plant grape types that are more used to drought conditions and are not, needing as much water and moisture in the soil. As our agricultural community starts to prepare for a warming climate. And those are just practical examples of the changes that we are seeing. And of course, investors need to be aware of both acute and chronic risks. And acute risks are insurable to a certain extent. You can insure against fire and flooding, etc. But again, when those extreme weather events start becoming more regular, soon they actually do become uninsurable. And as we've seen from earlier this year, a month back or two, with the looting and the theft from a number of shopping centers and even burning down shopping centers, we know that our state-owned insurance company, Sasria, is going to actually struggle to honor a lot of the insurance that's been provided to the market, just because of this kind of one-time shock to their book. And so, as much as we would like to think we can insure against a lot of these risks, sometimes they're uninsurable, and oftentimes one finds that out too late. Moving on, so here's a question: which of the following, from a polling question, which of the following are not considered examples of two major climate risk categories? Transition risks, personal risk, physical risks, or task risk? So what were the two risks that we were talking about in terms of climate risk? Was it transition risk, personal risk, physical risks, or task risks? And if you can choose the two that are the odd ones out. For those of you that have responded, 100%, well done. So the two climate-related risks was transition risk and physical risk. And the two outliers, or the ones that we included that are not part of climate risk, are personal risk and risk. Thank you very much for responding to that poll. We can move on. So when one considers climate-related risks, opportunities, and financial impacts, specifically under transition risk, just to unpack this a little bit further, there are policy and legal risks. And regulators around the world are starting to increasingly focus on how they are regulating climate risk, and specifically climate-related financial disclosures. So in some markets, for example, if you are a large pension fund or a fund manager or an insurance company, you are now legally obligated to report against the TCFD framework. The UK is one market where that's in place. The EU is now also, starting to make it mandatory in terms of certain ESG disclosures, and that is, most recently as it relates to any ESG labeled product. So if you have an investment product that is labeled ESG, you need to be able to back up that claim with, verified information around why that product qualifies as an ESG labeled product. New Zealand is also moving in that direction to make mandatory reporting against TCFD a requirement for large financial firms. And, one is also starting to see court case action, for example, against Shell in the Netherlands by an environmental activist group, forcing Shell to disclose their climate kind of strategies. And, actually, the court case found in favor of the environmental activist group, saying that Shell hadn't disclosed enough and didn't seem to have an appropriate strategy in terms of their, a future plan for carbon and climate change. So those are just some examples of the policy and legal risks that are, changing as regulators and governments are trying to keep pace in addressing this emerging climate, crisis, as many would describe it, but certainly climate risk, and its potential impact on individual companies, but also capital markets more broadly. One is also seeing the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, for example, starting to think about ways that they can encourage listed companies to disclose more or to make certain disclosure requirements mandatory when it comes to ESG and climate risk. Technology risk, again, as there are, things like carbon taxes or tariffs introduced, it forces the market to innovate in terms of new products, new technology. So on the one hand, there is this drive towards innovation and developing new products and services, new technology, but at the same time, it's a risk for old world, companies who are carbon intensive in their operations and who are not able to pivot or tilt or re-engineer their way of doing business to move into a low carbon economy. And for example, our aluminium smelters in Richards Bay, because of their dependence on Eskom, and especially when we had the rolling blackouts from 2 years back, aluminium smelters in South Africa were actually unable to do business as usual. Sectors like the smelting industry and others who are very much dependent on Eskom are going to have to increase their costs as they need to pay, carbon taxes. And so technology risk is a great lens for investors to look through as a potential risk that they want to see their investee companies appropriately managing. Market risk is an area where regulators such as the Prudential Authority or the South African Reserve Bank and the Financial Sector Conduct Authority are increasingly paying attention. Their concern is that climate change and the impacts of climate change could present very material systemic risk to our capital markets. And they need to do what they can to enable and facilitate a level playing field for financial services providers, but also protecting the ultimate investors, the ordinary man and woman on the street who are saving for their retirement, those of us that are maybe able to put a little bit of extra money away for a nest egg one day or for saving for our children's education. Again, our regulators are wanting to make sure that those investments are not going to be put at undue risk. And so, for example, National Treasury has brought about a sustainable investment initiative supported by the World Bank to consider sustainable finance from a South African perspective. And, how can we as a country, in terms of our investments and capital markets, banks, insurance companies, how can we collectively appropriately address climate risk and sustainable finance? So how can we really develop a finance sector that is sustainable for the long term and that is not going to see kind of systemic or market shocks to the system? And then lastly, and there's growing reputation risk on the line. So if you are, a large listed company, especially a bank in today's day and age, or a heavy carbon emitter, and you don't have an appropriate level of disclosure on your management plan and your strategy and your scenarios that you're working according to, increasingly investors, NGOs, stakeholder groups, activist investors are going to start challenging companies around their ability to manage and act on climate. We've seen a number of shareholder resolutions that have been placed placed on the agenda at company AGMs, especially our large banks in recent years. And just yesterday, excuse me, I was reading about a fund manager and an activist group that had tabled a shareholder resolution as a minority shareholder with less than 1% of the shares, but again, challenging the company as to whether or not they were really on top of climate risk. And so I think the target company was Sasol. I forget what the specific issue was, but we'll share that with you before the end of today's workshop. I'll share the link for that. when it comes to the positive, the opportunity side, I've mentioned already there's an opportunity for resource efficiency. And because of Eskom and the challenges that Eskom has had and the rolling blackouts, we've already seen a number of entities trying to go off-grid and to divorce themselves from 100% reliance on Eskom as their electricity provider. So there is an opportunity for diversification of energy supply. Already we know that government is trying to split up Eskom into different units, not only electricity supply and generation, but actually, breaking Eskom into smaller units. But there's a great opportunity for resource efficiency. Again, looking at alternative approaches to sources of energy, particularly renewable. If you think about how much sunlight we have in South Africa compared to Europe, and yet in many European countries, they're actually, off-grid in the sense that individual households have got solar panels, they've got wind turbines, and they don't need to make use of a state electricity provider like an Eskom. There'll be increasingly, new products and services coming out. Eskom, for example, sees electric vehicles as a new opportunity for them. So there's electric vehicles like the Teslas of this world. Zoom, I guess, is another technological advancement which has also helped us to reduce our environmental footprint. We don't need to drive into a physical office anymore. You can work from home. Again, we know this is not true for everybody, but there are ways that we've seen products and services being introduced. Markets, there are new opportunities in terms of global financial markets and products. For example, there are green bonds, which a number of our listed companies have already taken up, where there's an opportunity, for example, to green a property portfolio, to make sure that all of their properties are using the most electricity efficient lighting and air conditioning units. And investors are actually happy to subscribe for financial products, or green bonds as we call them, to facilitate that transition to a greener business for those entities. Sustainability bonds or sustainability linked bonds have also been coming into the market, with some of our banks, for example, incentivizing companies like some of our telco companies to improve their sustainability performance. And if they're able to demonstrate year-on-year improvements, they're able to pay less in terms of their interest payments on those sustainability linked bonds. And at the end of the day, this is about resilience, investing and supporting companies that are going to be around for the next 50 or 100 years. Why? Because they're able to adapt to a changing climate, not only just a changing, environmental climate, but a changing investment climate as we transition from a carbon intensive to a lean carbon, or a greener future market environment into which certainly the world is moving, and South Africa is going to have to keep pace with that. I'm almost done. Before I think I'll hand back to Seren, and maybe we can take some few questions before then. But this image is really something from the TCFD, where it basically splits out the risks and the opportunities presented by climate risk. It breaks those down into transition risks and physical risks, as well as the opportunities presented by climate change. Both risks and opportunities need to be dealt with from a strategic planning and risk management perspective, by both the governing board or the board of directors or the board of trustees of an entity, as well as the executive management team. That is going to presumably and likely have financial impacts, both in terms of revenues and expenditures, also in terms of assets and liabilities, and how they secure their capital and how they finance their business. And again, this is about climate-related financial disclosures, because this information needs to be brought into the accounting practices, in terms of value at risk. And so we're going to see more and more of this. And, certainly for you who are trustees and shop stewards for labor funds, you should really ask your fund managers around how they are factoring climate risk into their valuations and investment decision-making when it comes certainly to South African listed companies. So we have an opportunity for another poll. And the question is, which of the following is not an example of damages or losses from extreme weather events? Is it long-term droughts, floods, resource efficiency, or sustained higher temperatures? So choose one of the above, and which of them is the odd one out? So we're looking for something which is not categorized as an extreme weather event or losses from extreme weather events. Is it long-term droughts, floods, resource efficiency, or sustained higher temperatures? And it looks like those who responded have quite correctly responded to say that it's resource efficiency. And I know some of you might be joining on your phones. I know it's not always so easy to vote for these polls on the phone. So thanks to those who've responded to the polling question. We can end the poll. Thanks, Safaku. And that then takes us to the pillars of the TCFD and the 11 sub-recommendations of the TCFD's 4 pillars. And I think Saren's going to be presenting on these slides, but I'm going to stop sharing because I'd like to see if there are any questions or comments that anybody would like to raise at this point in time. And also just to check that, who we have with us in terms of the workshop. So Tony Olivier, I think Tony, you joined us earlier and then needed to leave early. Tony, we haven't had an opportunity to meet you. I don't know if you want to just say hi and let us know who you represent.
Hi. Sorry, I'm having a bit of an issue with my camera. I was a principal officer on a large umbrella pension fund and also a trustee on an unclaimed benefit fund. And for that reason, I felt it necessary to become more exposed to the ESG and the whole climate change environment.
Thanks, Tony. Lovely to have you with us for the workshop. I'm so glad you could come back after having to leave a bit earlier. And we hope that the workshop is beneficial. And, we look forward to also hearing some of your practical experience as a principal officer and trustee in terms of your own engagements or, discussions with fund managers around how they're addressing climate risk relative to their investment portfolios. Are there any other individuals who may have joined us late that want to, like Tony, use this opportunity to just introduce themselves and who you represent? Okay, I'll take that as a no. And Saren, I'm going to hand over to you. And I think either towards the end of your session or at the end of your session, we're probably likely to schedule our next break. Thanks very much, Sarah.
Thanks, Adrian. Hi, everyone again. So the next part of today's session, we're going to be jumping into the 4 pillars of the TCFD recommendations and the 11 sub-recommendations. Before we jump in, we want to give you another poll just to hear some feedback from you. So if you don't mind answering the next poll, which should be on your screen now. And this is asking which of the 4 pillars of the TCFD framework are you or your organization least comfortable with? So are you least comfortable with the governance side, the strategy pillar, the risk management pillar, or the metrics and targets? So if you could let us know which pillar you are least comfortable with, that will help us also frame the discussions going forward, so we know where to focus. So we've got governance coming up, risk and risk management. Okay, so those are some areas we will be touching on when we're going through all the pillars, but we go through risk management in a bit more detail as well. So thanks to those who've responded. Going to give it a couple more seconds before we kick off. It's good to get a sense of which pillars are people looking to get more information on, and it's coming up as risk management and governance. Great. So thanks to those who responded. It's good to know where you guys are at. And hopefully the next session will provide some more clearer information on the TCFD pillars and help you in furthering your understanding of those more particular pillars where you might be struggling with. So the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, some background on the task force. It was created by the Financial Stability Board, the Global Financial Stability Board, which was then headed up by Mark Carney, which is the former head of the United Kingdom's Reserve Bank. They set up the task force to look at how the financial institutions that are involved in investing, lending, and underwriting should be integrating climate change and climate risk management within the operations. Now, the task force came back and developed the TCFD recommendations, and these recommendations have been widely adopted by many institutions, for companies and regulators globally, and more increasingly in South Africa. And we're going to talk more about the trends in a later session, but it's good to have some background before we jump into the 4 pillars and the 11 recommendations as set out by the TCFD. Now, the TCFD recommendations, while they're very aligned for the financial sector and financial institutions, there is also recommendation and guidance for all sectors, as well as supplemental guidance for certain other sectors. And we're going to be jumping into the 4 pillars now and the 11 recommendations, and highlighting some supplemental guidance that's specific for asset owners like pension funds and retirement funds. Here, this slide shows the 4 pillars, which are governance, strategy, risk management, metrics, and targets. And it also shows that they, under each target or each pillar, there are sub-recommendations. So this slide might be a bit text heavy and difficult to read, so don't worry about it too much, because we will be going in depth into each of these pillars, as well as the sub-recommendations in the next section. And as Adrian mentioned up front, we will be sharing these slides with the panelists, so you can go through this when you have some time. So we're going to start off with theme 1, which is governance. So the TCFD recommendations for theme 1, governance, is asking for companies to disclose the organization's governance around climate-related risks. Now, before jumping in, I just want to mention that while TCFD is set up as a reporting or disclosure framework, it's more than that. It's actually a tool. It's a tool for management of companies, or it's a tool for asset owners to reflect on one's own governance, risk management strategy, and their own metrics and targets. So while this next section might seem to be a bit different from what you would expect as a trustee or as a principal consultant, it's good to think about it as reflective questions to ask yourself. So as we get into the first theme 1 around governance, and this is asking about the organization to think about their governance around climate-related risks as well as opportunities. And the first part of the governance theme is speaking about the board's oversight of climate-related risks and opportunities. So here, the recommendations from the TCFD is asking for organizations to describe and think about how their board's oversight of climate-related issues and processes, and as well as any committees that are set up, and really asking people to reflect on how the board monitors and oversees their progress against goals and targets for addressing climate-related issues. So the first part of the governance theme is around the board's oversight, and the second part is around management's oversight. So board is a bit more senior, and then we get to the management level, where here it's asking about how it's asking organizations to describe management's role in the assessment and management of climate-related issues. Here, people, or the TCFD recommendations is asking organizations to describe the different committees they have, as well as the level of management, whether it's senior or executive level management, and how they report to board committees, who is responsible for this assessing and managing of climate-related issues, as well as, describing again the organizational structure, the processes which management is informed, and how management monitors and manages climate-related issues. So that's the governance side, which is talking about the board's role, and then the manager's role in managing climate-related risks. And while there isn't supplemental guidance here for asset owners on this governance pillar, it is important to understand that asset owners play a key and influential role within the investment value chain as both the users and sometimes reporters of information. So this could be good information for you as an asset owner to ask for your investment manager to describe how their processes work around climate-related risks and opportunities, how their board plays a role, how their senior management and executive management plays a role in governing and managing climate-related risk within the organization. We then move on to the second pillar of the TCFD recommendations, which is the strategy pillar. Here, the recommendations are asking for organizations to disclose the actual and potential impacts of climate-related risks and opportunities on organizations' business, strategy, and financial planning. So here, the first part of the strategy recommendations is asking for organizations to think about their climate-related risk and opportunities over different timeframes, which include a short-term timeframe, a medium-term, and long-term. So firstly, organizations should think about what they consider to be the relevant short, medium, and long-term. They should describe the specific climate-related risks for each of those timeframes, for the short, medium, and long-term, as well as describing the material financial impact on their organization, as well as thinking about the process used to determine which risk and opportunities have a material financial impact on the organization over the relative timeframes. And organizations should also consider providing a description of their risk and opportunities by sectors and geographies as it relates to the strategy and where is appropriate. The next part of the strategy pillar is asking for organizations to think about how climate change risks and opportunities would affect their products, services, how it would affect their value chain, as well as how it would affect their operating costs, revenues, their capital expenditures, acquisitions, divestments, and even potentially if access to capital would be potentially constrained under different scenarios. Supplemental guidance here provided by TCFD is asking for asset owners to describe how climate-related risk and opportunities are factored into their relevant investment strategies. So I think for the audience today, if you, as a custodian of assets and, having relationships with your asset managers and asset consultants, this is a great piece of guidance here and a framework for the right questions to ask your asset managers in asking them to describe how this is integrated and factored into their investment strategies, and as well as describe the perspective of the total fund investment strategies or individual investment strategies for various asset classes, how do they take into consideration climate change and climate change risks? The third part of the strategy pillar is talking about scenarios. Here, organizations are asked to describe the resilience of their strategy, taking into consideration different climate-related scenarios, including a 2-degree or lower scenario. I spoke about 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees earlier on in the introduction to climate change. So hopefully you remember what we spoke about earlier, as that's important to understand this second pillar and the third recommendation, which is about taking into consideration different scenarios and those temperature scenarios. Here, the guidance is for asset owners to perform scenario analysis and consider how these climate-related scenarios are used and how they form the investment decision-making process in specific assets and asset classes. On to the third pillar of the TCFD recommendations, which is about risk management. Here, the TCFD recommends that organizations should disclose how they identify, assess, and manage climate-related risks. So here, the first part of this TCFD recommendations for risk management is asking for organizations to describe their process for identifying and assessing climate-related risks. So organizations should describe how they determine what is relevant. They should describe what they consider existing or emerging requirements related to climate change. And they should also consider disclosing the process for assessing the potential size and scope of the identified climate-related risks. And importantly, disclose and think about the terminology you use to reference the existing risk classifications and frameworks we use. So definitions and terminologies of risk classifications, important things to look at under the risk management side of things. Here, there are some supplemental guidance for asset owners. So questions one should ask your asset managers as custodian of assets. The TCFD is recommending that asset owners should describe the level of engagement with investee companies to encourage better disclosure and practices related to climate-related risks, to also improve data availability and the asset owner's ability to assess climate-related risks. So focus here is on active ownership and engagement. Here, the guidance from TCFD is really requesting asset owners to engage with the investee companies, specifically around climate-related risks, as well as the data they provide. The second part of the risk management pillar is asking again for organizations to describe their processes for managing climate-related risks. But specifically here, the questions are around how do they make decisions to mitigate, transfer, accept, or control those risks. So getting deeper into the risk management side of things, how do they mitigate, transfer, accept, and control those risks? Supplemental guidance provided by TCFD here is recommended that asset owners should describe how they consider positioning their portfolio with respect to a transition to a lower carbon energy supply, production, and use. And this could also explain how asset owners actively managing their portfolio, positioning and exposure in relation to the transition to a more sustainable future, to a more climate-friendly future. So we mentioned fossil fuels earlier, we mentioned electricity production, and this, the guidance here provided by TCFD is asking for asset owners to provide more guidance on how they consider that transition and those risks that we mentioned up front for energy and fossil fuels and high emission sectors, how they're managing the risk related to the transition away from those sectors into more sustainable sectors. And the last part here under the risk management framework, under the risk management pillar, is to describe the processes for identifying, assessing, and managing climate-related risks are integrated into the overall organization's risk management process. So it's no good to have a climate change or climate risk management process that's not integrated into the overall organization's management process. So standalone processes are good, but it's important for these processes to be integrated into the overall risk management process of the organization. And that's what the third sub-recommendation of the risk management pillar is asking for. So I know there were some people in the audience today who mentioned that the risk management pillar was one of those that they needed some help on. So hopefully these few slides have provided some additional guidance for you and have enlightened you a bit more about risk management. But please do feel free to pop questions in the chat or raise your hands and jump in. If you have any particular questions, we'll be happy to answer that and help with your understanding of this pillar. But the focus here on the risk management side of things, under these three sub pillars, we've gone through that, and hopefully that's increased your understanding so forth. So I'm just going to go back because I know that people were kind of looking at this pillar. So the first part of the pillar was around the process for organizations in the risk management side of things. The second part, or the supplemental guidance, was here around active ownership and asset managers needing to disclose how they engage with investing companies. The second part of the risk management process was around, again, process, but specifically how they mitigate, transfer, accept, and control for climate-related risks, as well as the supplemental guidance provided here about considering the transition to a low carbon economy. And the last part was about how do asset owners and asset managers integrate the climate risk management process into the organization's overall risk management process. On to the last pillar of the TCFD recommendations, which is around metrics and targets. Here, the TCFD is recommending that organizations disclose both the metrics they use and the targets they use to assess and manage relevant climate-related risks and opportunities. So the first part of the last pillar is asking for organizations to disclose the relevant metrics and metrics that they use. So here, organizations should provide the key metrics used to measure and manage climate-related risks. Organizations should also include metrics on climate-related risks associated with water, energy, land use, and waste management where relevant and applicable. So that's the first part around metrics. There's a difference between metrics and targets, but they are related. So metrics should also provide a historical period for people to do trend analysis. And where not apparent, organizations should provide a description of the methodologies used to calculate or estimate climate-related metrics. And these metrics could be both quantitative and qualitative. So where quantitative metrics are not available, qualitative or descriptions of certain climate-related metrics that are used should be provided. The TCFD also provides some supplemental guidance for asset owners. Here, asset owners should describe the metrics used to assess climate-related risks and opportunities in each of their funds or investment strategies. So you might have an overall organizational level of metrics, but specific for asset owners, one should look at each fund and investment strategy and the metrics and targets used to monitor and manage their climate-related risks, and looking at how these metrics have changed over time. The second part of the fourth pillar around metrics and targets is about disclosing Scope 1, Scope 2, and where appropriate, Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions and the related risks. So we mentioned Scope 1 and Scope 2 and Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions. This is an important concept for the TCFD as well as climate-related risk management in general. organizations should provide their scope 1 and scope 2 greenhouse gas emissions. And because we are dealing here with financial institutions, scope 3 emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, are also quite relevant. The organization should also use best practice in measuring their greenhouse gas emissions, and the greenhouse gas protocol, or the GHG protocol methodology, is probably one of the best methodologies out there, and this is recommended by the TCFD for organizations to use. Here, there's some supplemental guidance provided by TCFD around particular metrics that one can use as best practice. Now, this might be a bit complicated, and I think we've go into this in a bit more detail later on in the slide, but here are some examples of metrics that you can look at, such as weighted average carbon intensity, total carbon emissions, carbon footprint, carbon intensity, and exposure to carbon-related assets. We're going to chat a bit more about that later on, and you'll see that coming through. But the TCFD has provided some guidance for people that are less familiar in the climate change space in terms of metrics that one can ask their asset managers to report on, or to look at, and to provide data on. The last part of the metrics and target pillar is asking organizations to describe the targets that they use to manage climate-related risks and opportunities, and the performance against those targets. Here again, organizations should describe the key climate-related targets, such as those related to greenhouse gas emissions, water usage, energy usage, and others, which are in line with regulatory requirements, as well as other market constraints, and of course, what clients are asking and requesting from them. Other goals may include efficiency or financial goals, financial loss tolerance, such as value at risk, avoided greenhouse gas emissions, revenue goals for products or services designed for a low carbon economy. And some of these might not be so relevant for financial institutions, but certainly goals around financial loss tolerances, as well as greenhouse gas emissions, are important. In describing their targets, organizations should include the following. Whether the target is absolute, that means is the target in greenhouse gas emissions tons or CO2 tons, or is it in intensity based? Intensity based means your target is divided by revenue. So you take your absolute and you divide by revenue, and you get a target that's based on tons of CO2 per million rand in revenue. Organizations should also consider the time frame for which the target applies, the base year for which progress is measured against, and key performance indicators used to assess progress against these targets. Luckily for the audience today, we're going to be going into more detail around metrics and targets, because this is a really important part of the TCFD pillars. We're also going to be talking a bit about scenarios later on. So we will be, describing these pillars in a bit more detail coming up. But it's good to firstly start off with a description of the TCFD, the 4 pillars of TCFD, and the 11 sub-recommendations, because as mentioned, this is not just about disclosure. This is a framework, it's a tool. It's useful for asset owners, asset consultants, asset managers, anyone in the financial institution, to be reflective questions to ask yourself, your organization, your asset managers, your asset consultants, because these are important metrics and useful tools for helping you in understanding and managing your climate-related risks and opportunities for the future. So the next part of this is a poll. So hopefully you're still with us in there. I know the last part was a bit meaty and a bit content heavy, but we want to still check if you're there, and we want you to engage with us as well. And we want to know from you is, has your organization become a formal TCFD supporter, or are you actively considering taking up the recommendations? So Safaka, you could load that poll up for us, please. Okay, so people are not quite sure yet. So hopefully after the end of this webinar, you can go back to your constituents or your organization and your team and put TCFD on the radar as a useful framework to consider as it's becoming more and more important. And we're going to show some trends coming up in the next section. But before we go into the next section, thanks Afako for that poll. We've got one more a poll, and this is going to be to test your knowledge a bit. So which of the following are not one of the 4 pillars of the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosure recommendations? So we discussed in depth the 4 pillars, and we want to know from you if you've been paying attention and if you've learned about these pillars. So if you could let us know which one of these options here is not one of the pillars. Fantastic. So everyone has been listening. So HR management is correct. That is the one that's not the pillar. The 4 pillars are, of course, strategy, governance, risk management, and metrics and targets. So great. Thanks for participating in those polls. You've done really well. You've managed to get those answers right. It's quite easy. So I would have been surprised if you got that one wrong, but great to have you still engaging with us. Okay, so for the next section, I'm going to hand over to Adrian, who's going to take you through an individual exercise using our fact sheets. So thank you all. Adrian, over to you.
Thank you so much, Seren. We really appreciate you, providing that comprehensive overview of the TCFD framework. And as we heard earlier, it's a framework that people are not all that familiar with. I guess the good news for the pension fund, retirement fund representatives in today's workshop is that, in a sense, a lot of that TCFD engaging is going to be done on your behalf by your fund managers and service providers. But it is important that at least you understand the key elements of TCFD, and to inform some of the questions that you might want to ask of your fund managers. So I'm mindful of the fact that we've covered quite a lot of content and ground, in detail for the TCFD framework. I did want to ask if there are any questions or comments that anyone may want to make. Maybe we can use, a minute or two just to hear any feedback, or if you have any questions for Seren specifically on the framework. Now's probably a good opportunity to raise them. So please, would you either use the chat function if you'd like to ask a question or make a comment on TCFD and its application, or if you'd like to raise your hand, we're happy to let you also ask your question verbally. And I'm going to just talk about an individual exercise, which I think, because of our numbers being a little bit on the reduced side today, I'm going to talk about this exercise, and I'm going to suggest that people, do this during their own time, and that we don't, do it in today's workshop. So what we've done is, one of the outputs of this project is we've looked at 54 or 55 of the JSE's largest companies by market cap. And we've looked at how they've disclosed on climate-related financial risk. So what are their TCFD disclosures like in terms of their annual integrated reports, their sustainability reports? What are they putting on their website? Are they responding to CDP? And what we've done is we've made these 54, 55 fact sheets available via the project website, which is hosted by DNA Economics. That website link on the page. And what this allows you to do is it allows you to look at some of our largest companies in South Africa and to get a sense of their disclosure as it relates to climate-related risks. So the exercise was going to ask you to have a look at a company that you might be interested in. You'll see on the screen we've got ABSA, but we've got a lot of the large companies, including Sasol, a number of the other banks, some insurers, retailers. they all fall within that list of companies that we've assessed. What we've done is we've looked for specific disclosure themes or elements that the TCFD framework requires. But important to note, what we haven't done is we haven't made a rating or a ranking or a judgment assessment on necessarily the quality of those disclosures and whether we agree with them. All we've done is we've looked to see, are they disclosing content that is aligned to the TCFD framework? Where is that content found in terms of their, integrated reporting suite of disclosures? We've provided the links to those disclosures. And these are open source. And what that means is we'd like yourselves to go away and to have a read through those fact sheets, engage with the fact sheets, see if you agree with our assessments, and then use those for engaging with your fund managers or engaging with the companies directly for more information. Again, this is these were done at the beginning of the year, so they are at a certain point in time. Some of these companies will have had a subsequent financial year end and may have issued new reports. And so, is at a certain date and point in time. And we would like to repeat the exercise, but obviously we do need funding for that. This initial deliverable was funded by the South Africa UK Pact project. So the exercise which we'd encourage you to do in your own time is to use that link to the resource page, go and have a look at the various fact sheets that are there, and see what companies are currently reporting. So some companies are doing a great job, and you'll see that there's a lot of green where they've reported information. Others not so good, and there's room for improvement. But increasingly, we've been surprised through this process to see the extent of reporting that is TCFD aligned, even though it may be more qualitative and narrative in extent at this point. For the most part, outlining governance arrangements, how climate risk is being addressed in risk management practices, etc. So we have a good foundation, and there's obviously always room for improvement as organizations start to allocate and dedicate more resources to both managing climate risk, but also reporting on how climate risks are managed. So we'll put the link in the chat function for that project website, where you can access not only the fact sheets on climate risk disclosure, but also the webinar recordings and the slide decks from workshops like today's, which you're of course also welcome to go and visit and download. I just want to check what's in the fact sheets, and Saren's already kindly loaded that link. Thank you, Saren. And if you click on that link, it'll take you straight through to the fact sheets. Now, I think we've got an opportunity to do another polling question. So this is a polling question around your view on whether or not you think climate-related financial disclosures in South Africa are currently at an adequate level. Yes, or yes, but still needs more attention. No, or not sure. Please, would you take a minute or two just to respond to that polling question? So it looks like 2/3 of our audience are saying no, and 1/3 is saying yes, but again, there's still room for improvement. It needs more attention. So I think we're aligned there that companies are progressing, and one starts off with a qualitative approach, focusing more on the governance and the management frameworks, and hopefully one will start to see more disclosures around metrics and targets and scenarios, and moving towards more quantitative data that companies will be reporting. And of course, reporting against targets year on year. So thanks, Safaku. We can end that poll and we'll move on. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take us through just some examples of what companies, and this is what we've kind of seen for ourselves as part of our research process in analyzing these company disclosures to develop these 50 fact sheets. And these are examples of how companies are disclosing in a TCFD aligned way. across the four themes or pillars of the TCFD framework. We're not necessarily saying that these are best practice, but these are practical examples that you may wish to revisit and to align with in terms of your own organization's disclosure against TCFD, or at least you can be familiar with the types of disclosures that your asset managers, when investing on your behalf, are actually reviewing. And I think after we have covered this section, there'll be an opportunity for a lunch break. We'll probably shorten it so that we can actually let you go a few hours earlier this afternoon. But this will be the last little bit of content before we move into a lunch break. So again, following the theme of the TCFD's 4 pillars and looking at governance and disclosure on, from a governance perspective, how TCFD and climate risk specifically is being addressed. This is from the Investec Group 2021 TCFD report. They have a standalone TCFD report. So this is obviously for Investec Group, and we know that 91 has been unbundled. And so I think this is for the blended group. But again, one gets to see there how the board is structured and how the board of Investec Group is having oversight of climate-related risks. So again, there's narrative, there's an infographic just demonstrating how Investec Group is governing climate risks, and this is in their TCFD report. Moving on, also from the TCFD report by Investec, they talk about the link between climate and executive remuneration and how their executive and management team are remunerated around not only financial performance, but also addressing climate risk and other non-financial aspects. I realize that the screen or the slide may be a bit small. So in terms of financial targets or indicators that are looked at, they look at return on risk-weighted assets, return on equity and cost-to-income ratio. And then under the non-financial indicators that they're looking at, culture, values, and cooperation-related measures. Then there's an indicator for ESG-related measures, and then there's also an indicator for prudential and risk management-related measures. So Investec already moving in the direction of incentivizing and remunerating the management team in terms of both financial and non-financial or more ESG-related performance. And that's also importantly in terms, this is an important development for us to really focus management's attention on addressing material risks, such as climate-related risks. So just reading that little paragraph there under executive remuneration, Investec says non-financial and ESG-related targets are included within executive remuneration with a total weighting of 20% of short-term incentives and 25% of long-term incentives, of which 5% relate to ESG-related matters. The following table indicates the weightings and threshold targets. So again, I think as investors and as stakeholders of financial services firms like an Investec or a 91, this is the type of disclosure that one expects to see more and more of in terms of governing and the management of ESG and non-financial matters by the executive management team, and how to incentivize and remunerate for that. One of the other disclosure pillars under governance by the TCFD framework is management's role in managing climate risk. And so again, looking at the TCFD report from Investec, there is a narrative explanation of how Investec goes about managing, from a management perspective, climate-related risks and opportunities. And you'll see in the quadrant there on the left-hand side, they talk about the chief executive's responsibility, a group ESG executive committee's responsibility, individual executive responsibilities, as well as a global head of sustainability and their responsibility as it relates to TCFD. They also look at climate risks and opportunities, both in terms of short-term, medium-term, and long-term. So a timeline of anything between less than a year to more than 40 years. And they also break that down into physical and transition risks, and also looking at the opportunities. So opportunities like resource efficiency, markets, products and services, and resilience. And again, what we're trying to say here is, Investec has obviously done a lot of work in preparing this report. They are demonstrating that they've applied the TCFD framework in their reporting and disclosures. And, it's a good example of a recently published report. And of course, one is likely to see similar types of reports coming out from some of the other entities, that may not be featuring in these examples, but we encourage you to keep your eyes out for other disclosures. Also from the Investec report, really unpacking materiality and looking at different risks and kind of trying to communicate that in a clear and easily understandable way, and communicating to their investors and stakeholders their approach to strategy as it relates to climate risk. So here they've got a risk lens looking at policy and legal risks, technology risks, market risks, reputational risks across different time categories, short-term, medium-term, and long-term, and of course, different actions that they'll be taking under each of those. Then also looking at specific physical risks, both from an acute and a chronic perspective, as well as, over different time frames, as well as potential liability or litigation risk. They also have reporting on climate-related opportunities, which they see, again, also over the short, medium, and long term, across the different categories of resource efficiency, energy source, products and services, markets, and resilience. So obviously, a lot of work has gone into, the preparation and development of a report of this nature. Then, in terms of the next pillar that they report against, risk management, how they identify, assess, and manage climate-related risks, and some kind of information about their risk appetite and tolerance, and some of the mitigating actions that they're taking as part of their risk management process. Again, this section of the report goes into how they categorize risks as high risk, medium risk, or low risk, and aligning to the World Bank's International Finance Corporation guidelines in terms of high, medium, and low risks from an investment perspective. Here they report on their metrics and targets, and so they've got governance metrics, they've got strategy metrics, and they've got environmental metrics, and they give their targets and their target dates, and then importantly, they also give you an indication of whether or not they're on track to having achieved their target, whether it's a new target or where maybe they've missed their target and it needs to stay on the agenda for the next financial year. Also just other ways of displaying some of their achievements and focus areas using graphs and other useful performance data presentations, talking about their carbon footprint at group level and the kind of scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions, all examples of the types of metrics and disclosure data that increasingly investors and stakeholders are requiring entities like Investec to disclose on. This speaks specifically to their exposure to fossil fuel and how Investec as a banker or a lender is lending to fossil fuel entities or companies, and breaking that down by coal, oil and gas, natural gas, and renewables, and of course, the emerging trend to move towards renewable energy, funding and lending, as opposed to old generation coal-fired power generation projects. I'm not going to go into all the detail here. Here they talk about their ESG loan book, and looking at what they are funding in terms of high-risk industry from a transition risk perspective, and where their kind of exposure lies. So from an ESG industry portfolio where there's a high rating, they list transport, mining, construction, manufacturing, wholesale and retail, business, utilities, and agriculture, and they break that up as Investec Limited and Investec PLC. And I think going forward, 91 will have their own kind of standalone TCFD report as well, which will focus more on the asset manager as opposed to the. Yeah, so I think there's just one example of one particular reporting organization, Investec Group Limited, giving us an indication of what is possible when you provide the right resourcing and strategy and incentives to really onboard the TCFD recommendations and how to go about disclosing those. So we're now going to, let me just check on our time. How are we doing for time? I think this is a great time to take a break. So I'm going to stop sharing, and it's going to be an opportunity if anybody would like to raise any questions. Again, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have. And what I'm going to suggest while we wait for any questions that might come up is that we were scheduled to break for an hour for lunch from 12:40, so in 10 minutes time, and then to reconvene at 1:30. What I'm going to suggest is we reduce our lunch break by half an hour, if you don't mind. And that way, I think we can try and move forward with the program for the remainder of the workshop. Should we have had a much larger audience, I think we may have had more interaction and had to answer more questions, and that requires time. So I'm fairly confident we'll be able to finish, mid-afternoon instead of 4:30. So we'll work towards that on our side. So let's take a half-hour break. It's an opportunity for a break for our speakers and a bit of a brain break for our participants. Use it as an opportunity to grab a quick salmi or something to drink, and let's come back at 1 o'clock. So let's take a 30-minute break. Let's return at 1. We will then proceed with climate disclosure, data and trends. Safaku is going to be presenting on that aspect. Then we'll have Seren presenting on metrics and targets. I'll then present on scenarios, and then we will hopefully be able to wrap up around 3 o'clock, all going well. So with that, please take a 30-minute lunch break and do return at 1 o'clock. And we look forward to seeing you for the second half of today's session. You can stay online if that works in terms of your data requirements. And when you return, if you can just raise your hand or make a comment in the chat that you're back from the lunch break. We look forward to seeing you at 1 o'clock. Thanks very much.
I'm trying not to risk putting on my video because my internet has started being fuzzy. The last sort of 20 minutes of the previous session were a little touch and go for me. So I'm just trying to preserve my bandwidth.
Just proceed with audio. Thanks, Safaku.
Okay, cool. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, so this is, I think, the second or third last sort of session that we're doing for today. Yeah, so I'll try to keep the energy levels high. Yeah, so what I'm presenting to you guys is basically on the climate disclosure data and trends, both globally and locally, but specifically I think with sort of a TCFD sort of lens. Yeah, so it's just really just about looking at where sort of international companies are related to sort of the TCFD disclosure, and where sort of our South African companies are. Yeah, so I'll get going. So earlier on, we had Saren, who sort of laid out the groundwork on the TCFD, as well as sort of its objectives and the different pillars. So like I said initially, my job is just now to take you through some of the reporting trends that we have observed. So this first slide really just shows a summary of the TCFD related statistics as sort of shared by the Task Force for Climate Related Financial Disclosures on their website. So as you can see, sort of since the start of the recommended disclosures, there have been over 2,300 organizations that have or that globally support the TCFD recommendations. And this spans across 88 countries all over the world. So if you look at the graph sort of on your left, that just shows the annual increase in the number of organizations that have officially expressed their support since the inception of the recommended disclosures. So if you look between sort of the 2017 and 2018, well, between 2017 and 2019, the increases in those sort of organizations that are taking or that have taken up or have become supporters of the TCFD have sort of been moderate. But from 2020 onwards, you know, this has really shot up. This is obviously because of the interesting lives that we have been leading since 2020, and I guess people just being more aware that the environment sort of plays a huge role in just the normal day-to-day running of our lives. So I think sort of with COVID happening and just all this increase in all these natural disasters that we've been seeing over the years, people are becoming a little more conscious of just how material climate change is to just the day-to-day running of businesses and organizations all over the world. So if you look in 2021, because this report that was released is up to the first quarter of 2021. So the number of increases already are sitting at 266, or were sitting at 266, which is very close to sort of how they've been in the first 3 years of the TCFD. So projections are showing that it might be possible that we're looking at, by the end of 2021, well over like 1,000 organizations becoming formal supporters of the TCFD. So just a note here, formal support doesn't necessarily mean that the companies will be sort of releasing TCFD reports. It just means that they've begun sort of their journey in terms of, or they are formally committing to sort of beginning the work towards their own implementation of the recommendations. So last year, or you know, periodically the TCFD, the task force will sort of share a status report that basically just gives sort of key facts and just a whole bunch of information where sort of TCFD disclosure is concerned. So this would be sort of how many companies are sort of signing up, how many companies have released reports that are TCFD aligned, as well as sort of what is the nature of the disclosure, what's the progress. So these blocks that you're seeing here on this slide just show some of the key findings of the most recent TCFD status report, which was released last year in October. So I won't go in depth into all of the blocks, but I think I'll just share some of the ones that I think are interesting for me. So the first is just that, you know, nearly 60% of the world's 100 largest public companies are in support of the TCFD, or well, they either support the TCFD or report in line with the TCFD. But also we're looking at sort of nearly 700 organizations have become TCFD supporters since the TCFD task force released the status report last year, which is an increase of over 85%. But also, so disclosure of climate-related financial information has increased since 2017, but there's still a lot of progress that is needed. So while companies have been sort of disclosing TCFD-aligned information, there's still there are a few sort of pillars where the disclosure isn't as great as I guess we would expect or we would hope. And this is mostly along the themes of just how do the companies disclose just the potential financial impact of climate change on their businesses, as well as the strategies that they sort of want to put in place for that. So those sort of themes are still, they're not as, or just disclosure on those themes is still low. So a point that sort of emphasizes what I just mentioned now is that, so within the report, the task force sort of describes that 1 in 15 of the companies that they reviewed disclosed information on the resilience of their strategies. So, like I said initially, there isn't, in terms of just companies disclosing how resilient their strategies are to sort of the impacts of climate-related sort of scenarios, it's lower compared to all the other sort of the pillars. And this is also consistent with some of the research that we conducted, but I'll discuss that just a little later. So another interesting point is that asset manager and asset owner reporting is likely insufficient. So while sort of the TCF, or there is sort of TCFD aligned reporting by the sample of asset managers and asset owners that were analyzed, and that sort of disclosure has increased over the past 3 years, the task force is of the opinion that it's not necessarily sufficient, and there's still a lot more progress that is needed in these, from this particular cohort of stakeholders. Yeah, but also just, so the expert users of reporting, they find that the impact of climate change on a company's business and strategy is the most useful information sort of for decision making. So it's just been noted that expert users just keep saying that the information that companies share on their material climate related issues for each sector and geography, as well as the key metrics that they use in this regard, are extremely useful for them when they're making their financial decisions. Yeah, so all of this information, or all these key findings, you can find within the TCFD status reports, as well as just all sorts of other information on the TCFD's website. So we know that companies have been steadily ramping up their climate-related disclosure, but what are some of the drivers of this disclosure? So one of those is just, or one of the ones that would, I guess, sort of be intuitive, is sort of public pressure, but also we're looking at sort of policy progress, which is aimed at transitioning to lower carbon economies. So regulators and governments around the world are increasingly under pressure to introduce mandatory or compulsory requirements for the disclosure of climate-related financial risks and opportunities. So as more sort of legislation and more policies are put into place, it's only likely that disclosure is going to accelerate as the months and the years go by, because there are quite a few countries that are already looking at making disclosing against the TCFD a mandatory action. So this, already this is happening. So there are a lot of countries that are already making moves. This is including major economies like the United Kingdom, New Zealand, as well as sort of the G7 countries that are, if they're already stating their intent to make TCFD disclosure mandatory. But also, in addition to all of this that I've mentioned now, in September of last year, the 5 global sustainability, ESG, and integrated reporting framework and standard setting organizations. So this is the GRI, CDP, the Climate Disclosure Standards Board, the International Integrated Reporting Council, and the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board have set out their intention to work together to create an international sustainability standards board, which would then become the global standard for reporting, which basically is similar to, I think it's called IFRS, which is the accounting standard. So as TCFD aligned disclosure accelerates in jurisdictions around the world, it then becomes clear that for South African companies, they will also need to do the same. If they want to sort of remain competitive and they want to continue sort of attracting international investment, or even just being able to meet the requirements of other countries or places where they may sort of be listed or where they might have operations, it becomes more and more important for them to look at just improving their climate-related disclosure and, well, the TCFD in particular. So when we're looking at sort of a more local, or we're looking at the more local trends, there's sort of 2 research projects that I think can offer some assistance in sort of this analysis of local trends. So the first of these is this report that you're seeing on this current slide. So it's called The Emerging Importance of the TCFD Framework for South African Companies and Investors. And this was a project that we, 6 Capitals, did in collaboration with WWF SA's Sustainable Finance team. And this was research that we conducted with the aim basically just to understand what the take-up is of the TCFD framework is in South Africa by the South African companies as well as investors. So part of this research included engagements with representatives from both listed companies and investors. So this includes all manner of the investors you can think of. This would be asset managers, retirement funds, industry bodies, as well as private equity investors. So in these engagements, members of our team would sit with members from the other sort of companies and investors, just to sort of discuss various aspects of the TCFD framework. So this just, was just to get an understanding of sort of where companies are at, where TCFD is related. So this included things like their level of knowledge and awareness of the framework, what sort of value that they applied to, or what value they thought that the TCFD framework held for their companies, as well as sort of, have they adopted the recommendations? Are they in the process of adopting those recommendations? And if they were, sort of, what were some of the successes and the challenges that they faced in this process, sorry. So the research broadly found that while there's been a lot of progress that's been made in recent years, it's reporters that are actually leading the pack where TCFD is related. So it's clear that sort of there's some work that investors will sort of have to do in order to get to grips with the recommendations. This is especially true when we're looking at sort of disclosure practices that relate to the more quantitative aspects of calculating climate risk. But so generally speaking, South African reporters have made good progress on the more qualitative pillars of the TCFD framework. And this is mostly because those aspects would already have been covered in their reporting historically. The second project that we sort of did related to sort of climate related disclosure is basically, we did it in collaboration with WWF again. So it was 6 Capitals in WWF. And this is part of this UK PAC funded project that we are currently in. And this was basically just to do a little more in-depth research on the uptake of the TCFD recommendations. So this was just we analyzed the climate reporting performance of 50 of the largest JSE listed companies against sort of the recommendations of the TCFD. So within this research, generally speaking, we found that, the local companies, because as you know, some of the companies that are listed on the JSE would probably be international companies. So we found that the local companies, or the ones with primary listings here in South Africa, they were generally lagging behind sort of the international ones in disclosing their climate risk exposure. But this doesn't necessarily mean that sort of disclosure was bad, because we know that South African companies, or South Africa in general, just they have a reputation for being one of the best integrated reporting regions in the world. So while the South African companies were sort of lagging behind the more international peers, sort of the reporters that we analyzed, they still performed moderately well in terms of climate-related financial disclosure and reporting. But also we found that sort of the climate-related disclosures were much more widespread than we initially expected, especially when you look at sort of the number of formal supporters of the TCFD in South Africa. But we also found that, the current reporting among the companies that we analyzed was largely driven by sort of existing ESG disclosure practices, with the CDP playing a large role here. So in our analysis, we found that 2/3 of the 50 companies that we assessed reported against the TCFD. And these submissions were publicly available on the CPD website, but with some companies, they would actually make that info or those submissions available on their own websites. And this was a bit encouraging because, the CDP has also stated themselves that, that the climate change questionnaire is actually well aligned to the TCFD recommendations. So the CDP states that 25 of the questions in its 2019 questionnaire were aligned with the TCFD. So we also found that companies that had actually completed the CDP questionnaire had better TCFD disclosure overall. But this is especially true for governance, risks and opportunities, strategy, as well as targets and emissions elements. So all of this actually just suggests that even though we're kind of in the infancy stage of our climate or our TCFD reporting, South African companies are actually well positioned to address the TCFD recommendations, or at least to start. So just a little more detail on the actual research that we did with the SIC, or with this UK Pact funded research. So each company that was on our list, so each of the 50 or 55 companies on our list, we analyzed them according to each of the 11 recommendations. Of course, not all of the companies were necessarily disclosing against the TCFD, but we looked through the information that they made public. So this would be information in their annual integrated reporting suites, as well as any other relevant information disclosed on their websites. And we basically used all of this information to sort of see what of the information they were disclosing could sort of count in inverted commas as sort of TCFD disclosure. So taking all of this publicly available information, we were actually able to just determine which of the recommendations each company was reporting on, whether sort of intentionally or not. And then we summarized that in sort of short little fact sheets, which Adrian sort of referred to earlier on. So in terms of the formal uptake, as I mentioned previously, only 13 JSE listed companies were listed as formal supporters of the TCFD at the time that we did our research. And this was 6 local companies and 7 with primary listings overseas. So we really, like I had mentioned, we really hadn't expected that there would be sort of much progress. But of the companies that we were analyzing, of those 50, we saw that more than half of them, they either had a TCFD report or they were sort of aligning their existing reporting suite to the framework, or or I think now with sort of more financial year ends having come out, are sort of in the process of beginning their TCFD journey. So there wasn't sort of a lot of formal uptake, but we found that for a lot of the companies, they're already sort of showing that they are aware of the TCFD, and they're aware of climate risk, which I think is sort of a positive thing. So in this slide, this just shows, this is just the status of formal SA supporters to the TCFD, but this was earlier on in this year. But the list has slightly changed since sort of August 2021. There's now 18 companies that are formal supporters of the TCFD framework. So new to this list would be Momentum Metropolitan Holdings, as well as Perpetua. I think those are names that most of us are familiar with. Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, although there's sort of, we're still in our infancy phase in terms of climate-related financial disclosure, there are some indications that disclosure is quickly gaining prominence locally. So some examples we're seeing of how this is happening include sort of there's an increased understanding of climate risks. So the TCFD recommendations have proven to be a useful tool in understanding and reporting on climate risks, with the move towards sort of quantifying them. So the framework also has assisted both investors and companies in identifying the gaps in their understanding as well as analysis of climate risks. So there's a lot more fruitful engagement. So local asset managers have found that engaging with investee companies using the TCFD framework as a basis for a start to the conversation has actually helped them better understand those companies' risks, and it's also helped them influence those companies to adopt the framework themselves. And obviously we have, increased internal stakeholder buy-in. So just the process of developing a more dedicated just developing reports that are either, dedicated to TCFD or aligned to TCFD. This has helped it's helped highlight the benefits of the TCFD's recommendations, and it's sort of, been working to influence more companies into adopting them. But then also, I think something that, that a lot of people would sort of appreciate that the TCFD is kind of doing is it's sort of making data more comparable. So it's making it, it's creating sort of a more standardized and consistent sort of data sharing from different companies. So it's easier sort of to compare companies, because now they, they're disclosing more and more according to, a similar sort of framework. Well, the TCFD is one framework, but I just mean that it's just assisting investors to just, have certain things to look out for and being able to find them from different sort of companies. But just, there is all this progress that is happening, and disclosure is improving, but there's still sort of a long way to go in terms of the consistency of that data, as well as the comparability of it across companies and sectors. And then this last section, which I just I won't get into because I'm sure I've overshot my time. But this just shows sort of, you know, what if the previous slide showed some of the, you know, the signs that there is uptake of the TCFD framework. This slide would sort of show what some of the barriers are that that are preventing a more widespread and faster sort of implementation or adoption of the framework. And you know, this was also some of the stuff that we, during the first research project that we did, where we were actually talking to companies and reporters and investors, these were some of the things that they sort of, these were some of the things that they sort of were talking about that were sort of standing in the way of them, actually reporting against the TCFD. So I'm just gonna sort of speak to some of the ones that that I think I heard, or that I heard more of. So I think the one was just you know, the lack of familiarity with TCFD recommendations, and I think, you know, in many instances, people are still sort of coming to grips with understanding the TCFD and understanding what it's about, and there's still a lot of sort of misconceptions about, you know, about the fact that you need to be disclosing immediately and answers need to be perfect. But the TCFD themselves have, you know, emphasized that it's not necessarily, or the framework doesn't exist to force companies to have the right answers or whatever immediately. It's more to help companies sort of align or frame their thinking, you know, to start actually thinking about climate risk and not, you know, treating it as something that's negligible. So it's more to help companies just to actually factor in what climate risk could mean for business in the future. And just another one that I also heard a lot of was just, you know, the reporting fatigue, because there's so many different frameworks that companies have had to adopt. There's so many sort of standards that companies have to report against that, you know, adding another one is just sort of, it's too much. It's too much. There are too many frameworks to keep track of, and, you know, all have differing requirements and all have differing, you know, differing sort of levels that you need to sort of disclose against. And then, sorry, I think I just skipped too far ahead. And then the last one that I've heard is just the lack of resources. So, you know, companies just don't feel that they have sort of, you know, because they were saying that if you're going to disclose or if you're going to implement the TCFD fully, you know, there's certain things that are needed. You need to have detailed, complex, and, you know, there's just a forward-looking analysis. You need to have scenarios. You need to plan all these different sort of climate change scenarios, all these different warming, all these different degrees that you need to plan for. And smaller companies don't necessarily have the resources or the skills or even the time to ever fully align their disclosures with the recommendations. Yeah. And that's it for me. I hope I didn't go too fast or too slow.
No, that was perfect. Thank you very much, Saku, for that overview of kind of climate disclosure trends, both locally and internationally. And I think one of the objectives of this project is to try and create resources and tools in a toolkit, specifically for South Africa's financial services community, with a focus on retirement funds and asset managers, to help address some of those obstacles or barriers. But as Sifaku said, there has been kind of progress, and, you know, our assessment has shown that for the most part, companies are actually reporting increasingly so around a number of the pillars of the TCFD framework. It's only certain sections where there's more work that's needed, and of course the direction of travel is certainly in the right direction, and South Africa is keeping pace with global developments in that regard. So I think there's some polling questions, if you wouldn't mind just loading that, Safaku, and I'll share my screen at the same time. There we go. You should be able to see my screen and the polling question. Go ahead, Safaku, you can load that again. So the question is, in your opinion, does the responsibility for disclosing climate-related financial related information sit primarily with companies or investors or both? Is it companies, investors, both, or are you not sure? I'm not seeing the poll. Are you able to load it again, Safaku?
People are already answering.
Oh, okay. I must be seeing a different screen then. Funny, I'm not seeing the poll, but that's all right. The important thing is that everybody else can see it. Okay, Safaku, can you just speak to the findings of the poll?
Sure thing, Adrian. So we're actually split in two. So some people believe, or 50% of the people believe, that it sits with companies, while the rest believe that it sits with both. Although there's only 2 people that have actually done. So it's just one person that believes companies and the other one believes both.
Thanks, Safaku. Yeah, I think it resonates with a lot of our other polls that we've done during some of the other workshops, where we've seen that generally it's split between companies and then both. So obviously companies have a role to play in terms of disclosure, but increasingly investors as well. So thanks very much. I think we can move on. And I'm just checking to see if there's any new chats that have come up or any questions. It doesn't look like it. So we were going to come up to a panel, a group discussion exercise, and effectively what we would like to have is a bit of an exploration of how your existing asset managers or service providers, if you're a trustee or a principal officer, presumably there is a fund manager or a number of fund managers that are servicing your pension fund. How does that fund manager present their activities around environmental, social, corporate governance issues to you as the client? Do you get that as part of their quarterly, investment reporting feedback, or maybe an annual meeting between the fund and the fund manager? Would you be able to actually have a sense of their, approach to managing climate risk on your behalf? So the exercise is really, asking you to go and have a look at the website of one of your fund managers, see if they're disclosing around their stewardship and ESG activities, and maybe to invite comment from anybody who may want to. You don't need to name fund managers by name per se, but to give us a sense of, how do you actually hear from your fund managers around how they're integrating environmental, social, and corporate governance issues, and maybe with a specific reference to climate risk. So are there any takers or any volunteers who may want to kind of just share experience in terms of your own fund's engagement with fund managers on these themes? I'll keep an eye out in terms of any raised hands or comments in the comment section. Would anybody like to make a contribution? Otherwise, we're going to just move on. Okay, I'm not seeing any comments or questions in the chat function. I'm not seeing any raised hands. So I assume that there's a strong buy-in for us to expedite things so that we can finish a bit earlier. So we'll do just that. So we're now going into the final content section for today's workshop. And that's looking at probably some of the more challenging aspects of the TCFD recommendations. Specifically, how do we look at the metrics and the targets that we need to address if we are going to limit global climate warming to less than 1.5 or 2 degrees, and then looking at the different scenarios at play. And so this section is going to be led by Seren and myself, and this will be our last session for the day. So section 7A, I think, is you, Seren, if I'm not mistaken. So let me hand over to you.
Thanks, Adrian. Just also to note, thanks to Tony for the comment they put in the chat. Tony says that our funds, their funds consultants usually provide the kind of meeting information at each board meeting. So thanks, Tony, for that feedback. Much appreciated. I'm glad you're still with us. So we're on to the final stretch of today. Let me just share my screen quickly. Hopefully you can see that clearly and still hear me nice and audibly. So this next part of today, we're going to talk about metrics, targets, and scenarios. And we're first going to talk a bit about metrics and targets. So as mentioned, this is one of the pillars of the TCFD recommendation. So we mentioned earlier on that we would be going into more detail of this part of the TCFD recommendations, which is around metrics and targets. So as a reminder, the recommendations from TCFD under this pillar says that organizations should disclose the metrics and targets users to assess and manage relevant climate-related risks and opportunities where such information is material. The sub-recommendations here, as a reminder again, firstly is asking organizations to disclose the metrics they use, then disclose Scope 1, Scope 2, and if appropriate, Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions, as well as the related risks, and then to describe and disclose the targets used by the organization to manage climate-related risks and opportunities, as well as the performance of against those targets. This slide is kind of making it a bit more clear that this last pillar around metrics and targets is talking about firstly metrics, and metrics are quantities that indicate the level of historical, current, and forward-looking climate-related risk and opportunities for the organization. This can be used to track climate-related risk and opportunities and can also be used to measure progress against climate-related targets over the duration of the period for which the target is set. Then the climate-related target, this is a specified level or threshold of the quantity of the metric that the organization wishes to meet. And this is also defined by a time horizon, and it indicates the organization's overall ambition in relation to climate change and their climate-related strategy. Important throughout the TCFD is how these interplay with financial impact. So TCFD as a framework is bringing the climate change and climate science world closer together with the financial world. And in this specific pillar around metric and target, the climate-related financial impact is again important for how the targets and metrics relate to each other. So here, climate-related financial impact, we're talking about a historical or current quantity or forward-looking quantitative outlook or an estimate of the projection or forecast regarding the financial impact of climate-related risks and opportunities on the organization's financial performance or position. Under this target, Scope 1 and Scope 2 and Scope 3 emissions are important. Here, we mentioned Scope 1, and we mentioned greenhouse gases earlier in the workshop today. And this slide is going deeper into the concept. So carbon dioxide or CO2 we're quite familiar with and we've mentioned a few times. CH4 is methane. We've also mentioned this. This is quite a powerful greenhouse gas. Nitrous dioxide, hydrofluorocarbons, chlorofluorocarbons, sulfur dioxide, nitrous fluoride. These are all greenhouse gases and are part of the GHG protocol. And it's important to consider the emissions of all of these in your what they call CO2 equivalent. So normally these things get rounded up into carbon dioxide or CO2 equivalent. So for example, I think methane is about 8 times of CO2. So that gets all put together into CO2 equivalent. So you might see CO2e as a metric that's often used, as it encompasses all these greenhouse gas emissions into one kind of metric expressed as parts of carbon. So it's getting a bit complicated here. Hopefully you're still with us, but effectively there are lots of standards, frameworks, protocols for one that can look in and find the more technical directives on how to measure and report on these greenhouse gas emissions. But this slide is showing you in more detail where these scope 1 emissions are coming from. These are from company facilities, company vehicles, from where these scope 2 emissions are coming from, and that's from electricity. And then these scope 3 indirect emissions is coming from that value chain, that procurement, that indirect emissions from things that companies need as inputs into their production processes. And these are important for financial institutions because here you can see right at the end part is the investments. So scope 3 includes the emissions that come through from your investments. There are other metrics that people should consider that are beyond greenhouse gas emissions. And when full quantitative, that's when numerical information is not available, qualitative disclosures can be used to supplement or act as a proxy for quantitative data. So examples of this in other metrics include the proportion of assets or operating or investing or financing activities that are materially exposed to physical risks, credit or investment exposure to fossil fuel, proportion of assets and or operating, investing or finance activities that's aligned towards climate-related opportunities, the amount or proportion of senior management remuneration that's impacted by climate considerations, and the amount of expenditure or capital investment deployed toward climate risks and opportunities. We've shown some examples throughout this workshop of different companies' disclosures aligned to TCFD. But under the metrics and targets part of today's session, we also wanted to highlight some interesting examples. Here, the slide is showing the disclosures from Liberty Mutual, financial services company. They are disclosing, firstly, their total investments in traditional energy. These are investments in fossil fuels, so coal, oil, natural gas. And here you can see per year it's provided. So historical information is provided to allow for trend analysis. In addition, here Liberty Mutual is disclosing their total investments in alternative energy sources. So these could be things like solar, wind, hydro, or alternative energy sources like concentrated solar power. And here again, historical information is provided to allow for trend analysis. So it's disclosures of investments in sectors that are exposed to to the climate change risks, and investments in sectors that are considered opportunities in the climate change space. So quite an interesting example here from Liberty Mutual. Another example is from Citi Bank. Here, this graph or this table is showing in more detail Citi's exposure and portfolio to certain sectors that are specifically impacted by climate change risk, and it's showing the percentage of Citi's total portfolio that's exposed to these certain sectors. And it's showing that in a dollar amount as well as percentage amounts. And in the last two columns here, you will see transition risk and physical risk, where a almost qualitative score is given, where the risk exposures are indicated, whether it be high, moderate, or low in terms of Citi's classification to these risks. And further details are given in the disclosures around how these high, moderate, and low scores are created. But this is a good example of TCFD aligned disclosures in terms of metrics that they've put out, as it shows the exposure to sectors that would be affected by climate change. Another really interesting example here is from Barclays, which is a financial institution that's showing their targets that they've set. So here they've set targets for reducing their exposure or allocation to the energy sector, and specifically the sector that is highly exposed to risks from climate change. So here they've got their portfolio target as well as their benchmark, and they show their interim target here, which is a 15% reduction by 2015. They also indicate which year is the baseline, how the index is created. So 2020 would be where they're measuring their reduction from, and they're showing their path, their target path, and their benchmark target as it declines over time. They also give the absolute amount here that was in 2020, which is 75 megatons of CO2. So they want a 50% reduction of that 75 megatons by 2025. So we've seen now disclosures on certain metrics from companies, and here this is a nice example of a company disclosing their targets. They've disclosed their targets in both the risk side of things as well as the opportunities. So here they've also showed finance emissions and emissions intensity. So they've got their kilograms of CO2 per megawatt. They show their target path, and they show their benchmark. This next slide is got some good information and examples on the metrics for measuring finance emissions. We spent some time talking about this under the TCFD pillar for metrics and targets, but it's good to spend a little bit more time on this because it's quite an important element of the TCFD framework and for climate financial disclosures, as well as climate risk management. On the left-hand side in the first column, the metrics are given. So here the metrics that are recommended are absolute emissions, economic emissions, physical emissions, and weighted average carbon intensity. So on the absolute emissions here, the purpose is to understand the climate impacts of loans and investments, and what should be disclosed is here the total greenhouse gas emissions of an asset class or portfolio. So as asset owners, as principal consultants, trustees on retirement funds, one should be looking at the total emissions for an asset class or portfolio within your fund. Economic emissions is to understand how the emissions intensity of different portfolios or parts of the portfolio compare to each other per £1,000,000 or per $1 million, or another monetary unit that is appropriate for your fund. Here, as mentioned previously, absolute emission, the intensity, the metrics are your absolute emissions divided by the loan or investment volume expressed as tons of CO2 per £1,000,000 invested, €1,000,000 or $1 million, depending on the fund. But I think for the audience today, it will all be in rand amounted intensity figures. The physical emissions intensity. So here, to understand the efficiency of a portfolio or parts of a portfolio in terms of total carbon emissions per unit of common input. Now, this might not be 100% relevant to financial institutions or pension funds. This is more related to organizations or industrial manufacturing organizations. But when one is looking deeper into a company and deeper into a portfolio, looking at company level metrics, then one can look at the absolute emissions of a company divided by an output value expressed as, for example, tons of carbon equivalent per megawatt hours if it's an electric company, or tons of carbon per product produced if it's an industrial or manufacturing company. The weighted average carbon intensity, so this is probably more relevant for financial institutions and is a good metric to look at to help understand the portfolio's exposure to carbon intensive companies. So here, the portfolio's exposure to carbon intensive company is weighted and expressed as tons of carbon per million rands in company revenue, but weighted as your exposure to that company. And to get the total portfolio, you just sum all those up. So your weight of an exposure to a certain company, their carbon intensity, you multiply those two, and then you do that for each company and sum that up to get your total portfolio weighted average carbon intensity. And it's something for you as principal officers, retirement fund trustees to be requesting from your asset managers in order to get a sense of where their positioning is and in relation to carbon emissions and carbon intensity. So this next slide is showing you some good examples of how to translate your metrics into targets. So here on the left-hand side, it's showing you the metrics. So for example, your greenhouse gas emissions, talking about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 from absolute. And then how can that be translated into a target? So the target here would be to reduce your net scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions to 0 by 2050, with interim targets to cut emissions by 70% as an example. Again, carbon pricing, this could be an example of a metric, and the target could be to increase shadow carbon pricing to $150 by 2030 to reflect potential changes in policy. So for those who might not be familiar with carbon pricing or shadow pricing, here is where you assign a price to carbon that's not maybe considered in the market. So the company can well say that the current price of carbon, whether it's 0 Rand or 140 Rand per ton, as is the carbon tax, is too low. So you set a price that's probably more in line with best practice and international literature and science. Delving more here into some examples of metrics, we showed some good examples from on the previous slide of companies disclosing their proportion of assets or operating or investing or financing activities that's materially exposed to physical risks. And here again, there's some examples of potential targets that one can use so that to reduce your percentage of asset value that's exposed to acute and chronic physical risk by 50%. So some good examples of reduction in exposure targets there. And then skipping ahead lower down onto the slide, looking at remuneration targets. Here, the remuneration targets could be to increase the amount of senior management remunerations that's impacted by climate considerations. And then the last example of a metric on this slide is the showing or discussing about the amount of expenditure or capital investment deployed toward climate risks and opportunities. Here, the target could be invest at least 25% of annual capital expenditure into renewable energy, or to lend at least 10% of the portfolio to projects focused primarily on physical climate risk mitigation. The last slide here on the deep dive into the metrics and targets pillar of the TCFD recommendations is around timelines. So here, it shows different timelines from 0 to 2 years to greater than 10 years, so from a short to a medium to a long term. Under the short term, one can look at the financial implications from climate change. So to estimate the actual climate change impacts on current revenues here, or it would be more specifically on returns, or here you would be looking to your asset managers to ask them how they've estimated the impacts of climate change on the investee companies, the revenues, costs, budgets, and the values of assets and liabilities of the underlying companies, and the valuation of assets and liabilities of your pension fund. And these can be short-term, these are for the short term. And the recommendation as well is also asking for asset managers to formulate operating or look at the operating plans and the financial projections of companies that they hold in the evaluation process. Looking onto a more medium-term scenario from 2 to 5 years, here again to project the estimates of potential returns in response to climate change, again to look at project planning, financial analysis, and strategic projects and initiatives. And that's looking over the medium term. Getting into the longer term aspects of your time horizons in the metrics and targets part of targets part, one should look at broad estimates of relative shifts in capital expenditures due to climate change, strategic planning informed by scenarios. And then for the longer term, it's important for a broad conceptualization of possible financial pathways and strategic thinking informed by scenarios. And this is a nice segue into the next part of today's agenda, which is going to be talking about the scenarios and scenario planning as suggested by the TCFD. So thank you. That is my time for today. I will hand over to Adrian, who will take you through to the next part of today's agenda. So thank you all. Adrian, over to you.
Thank you very much, Seren. We really appreciate all of the content that you've shared with us today. And I'm sure that it's been very useful to our workshop participants. And I think metrics and targets is really where the rubber hits the road, especially for corporates and investors. Organizations that don't have metrics and targets, don't really have a plan. And investors want to have that confidence in organizations that they are actually starting to, consider different scenarios on the horizon around climate risk and how they are going to prepare themselves into those possible futures. And so metrics and targets is a very important aspect, as is scenarios as it relates to the TCFD recommendations under the strategy pillar. And so I'm going to be speaking briefly to scenarios as they relate to the TCFD. So as mentioned, scenario analysis forms part of the strategy section of the TCFD's 4 recommendations, specifically to disclose the actual and potential impacts of climate-related risks and opportunities on the organization's businesses, strategy, and financial planning, where such information is material. And scenario analysis is one of those tools in the toolkit for organizations to consider future potential environments in which organizations will find themselves. And that's where the role of scenarios comes to play. So at its simplest, a scenario is describing a path of development leading to a particular outcome. And we do scenario planning in our personal lives every day, thinking about what are we doing for the long weekend. There's various scenarios that can come into play, some of which may happen and some which may not happen. And so scenarios are not intended to represent a full description of the future, but rather to highlight central elements of possible futures and to draw attention to key factors that will drive future development. And this is true when we consider economic scenarios or political scenarios, or scenarios in our personal lives, as well as when it comes to climate risk scenarios. Scenarios are hypothetical. It's a what-if question. It's not a forecast per se, or a prediction, or a sensitivity analysis, but rather, hypothetically speaking, we're considering different futures. Ideally, scenarios should challenge conventional wisdom about the future, so business unusual or future unusual. And scenarios are there to really explore alternatives and alternative options that may alter our business as usual assumptions. And so people like Elon Musk and Tesla or SpaceX, those are great examples where individuals and companies have really challenged the status quo, and they've really pushed the boundaries when it comes to thinking outside of the box and using scenario analysis as a means to get there, with scenario analysis informing critical and strategic thinking. So when it comes to scenarios, there are 5 kind of key characteristics that one wants in terms of a scenario analysis. And that is that scenarios should be plausible. So, for example, the events that are depicted in scenarios should be possible, and the narrative of those scenarios should be credible. So, for example, being able to describe, what happened, why, and how it happened should be believable in a plausible scenario environment. Secondly, scenarios should be distinctive. So each scenario should focus on a different combination of the key factors. This means that they need to be clearly differentiated both in structure and in message, and not just variations of a single theme. Multiple scenarios should also be used to explore how different permutations or developments of the same key factors could actually result in different outcomes. And then scenarios need to be consistent. So there needs to be a consistent internal logic for each scenario. Again, the goal of scenario analysis is to explore the way that factors interact and how each action could have a reaction. And neither actors nor external factors should completely overturn the evidence of current trends and positions, unless logical explanations for those changes are a central part of the scenario. And apologies if this is a bit technical. Scenario analysis is for the futurists and the Clem Santas of the world, but we are trying to break it down into easy, manageable theory. Fourthly, scenarios need to be relevant. So for each scenario and the set of scenarios as a whole, they should contribute to specific insights into the future that relate to strategic and or financial implications of climate-related risks and opportunities. So in the context of climate-related scenario analysis, the relevance factor is very important. The scenarios need to interact with and provide insight into the future as it relates specifically to climate risk. Lastly and fifthly, scenarios need to be challenging. They should challenge conventional wisdom and simplistic assumptions about the future. And so when we think about the major sources of uncertainty, scenarios should try to explore alternatives that will significantly alter the basis for business as usual assumptions. So those are the kind of key characteristics of scenarios. And these are more generic characteristics around scenarios. When it comes to climate specific scenario analysis as it relates to scenario analysis per the TCFD framework, again, it's addressing things like both climate and physical, climate transition risk and physical risk. And, we're obviously wanting to limit global warming to as low a temperature increase as possible for as low a resultant environmental impact. And of course, that environmental impact is going to have significant financial and social impacts as well. But it really is underpinned by two kind of levers, if you want to call it that. A weak policy response globally around addressing the challenge of climate change is meaning that we are going to be dealing with the costs at a later stage. So the the financial impacts may be less severe over the short term, because these costs are only going to be borne later, but at the same time, those costs are potentially catastrophic. And so if we have a weaker policy response now, it may be easier in terms of immediate knock-on impacts and effects. But at the same time, if we delay those policy changes, leave them for later, there's going to be more catastrophic or potentially harsher policy changes, which are going to impact on financial and other aspects because of a delayed or a reduced policy response. If we see a stronger policy response up front, it's going to allow us to address transition costs earlier in the process, resulting in those costs being more manageable. And so there's a trade-off. There are trade-offs between a weaker policy response and the climate change impacts, or a stronger policy response and the climate change impacts. And so scenario analysis is really, in terms of climate risk, an opportunity to look at these different variables and to see what is most appropriate. And this is, again, something that is of importance both for investors in considering the future environment or future scenarios into which investors are going to be investing for the future, but at the same time also policy and government, policy setters, policy makers, government regulators, in considering what is most appropriate for a specific country or region or trading bloc, etc. And so the image on the right-hand side of the screen is from the International Investors Group on Climate Change. So this has been around for a while, but effectively just looking at the different possible futures, the different temperature increase scenarios, and what is most likely to be the resultant change based on the kind of policy changes that will be brought about by the likes of these COP meetings of our international heads of state, etc. So at its simplest, scenario analysis as it relates to TCFD is a tool to highlight the key risks and opportunities that investors and policymakers and other stakeholders need to focus on in terms of different expectations for a future reality. And there are different elements to a climate scenario. Firstly, different temperature increases, and obviously the lower the temperature increase, the less of an impact on our global environment and human health and the natural capital. The more extreme the policy response, there will be some immediate financial implications, but at the same time, a weaker policy response over the short term is only pushing out those negative, environmental as well as financial impacts down the line. So here you can see again that it speaks to physical hazards and transition shocks and the different variables, both in terms of quantitative and qualitative financial implications, as well as the resolution of analysis. So for example, what about the underlying instrument or investment or asset? What about security or insurance for such an asset? What about particular sectors or asset classes at greatest risk? And of course, when one considers risk from an investor perspective, you're also looking at country or sovereign or regional risk. And climate risk and climate scenarios are going to factor across all of these elements. Again, companies are also not islands. They are interrelated and interconnected with other organizations and businesses in their value chain. And so, looking at the bottom kind of middle area of that image, in terms of the value stream, there are going to be impacts both in scope, around the macro environment, the supply chain, the operations and assets of an entity, as well as its market or market share. And so as a result, it's important to understand the exposure, the sensitivity, and the adaptive capacity of particular entities to some of these climate shocks or transition risks. And using the example again of the global pandemic and the shutdown on the restaurant and hospitality sector, for example, some companies were better positioned to actually adjust and adapt to those shocks to the system. And in a similar vein, in terms of climate risk, both from a physical and a transition risk, companies need to be looking already at their strategy based on different future scenarios around how they can ensure that they are resilient and will be around for the long term. Now, I'm not a climate scenario expert, and I have fumbled my way through the theory in terms of climate scenarios. And so we're very excited to mention that one of our project partners, Vivid Economics, which are a global economic firm and which are supporting the South Africa UK PAC funded project, they will be hosting a specifically climate scenario focused workshop taking place on the 30th of September in the afternoon from 2 o'clock until 5 o'clock. And Raphael and his colleagues from Vivid Economics are going to be going into more detail around climate risk and from a scenario perspective. Importantly, they're going to be unpacking different climate scenarios appropriate for South Africa's context. They're going to be looking at some of the off-the-shelf scenarios that you can use and use in your own scenario analysis. And they're going to also be looking at some of the scenario outputs that can be used to measure transition risk. And then lastly, they're going to be looking at some examples of best practice by means of publicly available transition risk quantification and scenarios. So they'll be sharing on the Planetrix methodology, as well as roadmaps to best practice. So if you are interested in learning more about scenario analysis and you want to engage with the experts, then the 30th of September in the afternoon is the ideal opportunity to do so. In my email reminder yesterday for today's workshop, I've included in that email a link for registering for that workshop, and we'd encourage you to do so. So that brings us to the end of our kind of formal theory for today's workshop. We would like to just close with a few questions, final polling questions. And at the same time, I'm going to ask Safaku to also load the post-workshop feedback survey link, which is a SurveyMonkey survey, which Safaku will load in the chat function. And we'd also just ask, as we wrap up now, if you could just please respond to that post-workshop survey. We need to provide our funders of these workshops with participant feedback, and it will also inform our further work as part of this project into the toolkit that we're developing. So UK PACT has got a strong focus on gender equity and social inclusion factors as part of all of the projects that they support internationally. And so they've asked us to ask a few questions. The first one being, do you feel gender and social inclusion concerns are considered appropriately in the context of climate-related financial disclosures in South Africa? So are we, broad-based enough in terms of gender equity and social inclusion as elements of our focus on climate? And if one thinks about the just transition and one thinks about communities and individuals most at risk from climate change, perhaps there is room for improvement there. So thank you to those who've responded. to say no. You share the view that more work needs to be done to consider gender equity and social inclusion in the context of climate-related financial disclosures. The second element of that question is, what priority gender equity and social inclusion issues and concerns would you like to see featured in an analysis and reporting toolkit, which this project team is developing? It seems that a number of you would like us to focus on gender equality as well as social inclusion. I'm glad to see that nobody has answered not sure, but this is a new field for a number of people. And, South Africa does certainly have its fair share, and more than its fair share, of marginalized communities and individuals. When one thinks of our unemployment rate, specifically women and youth, there really is an opportunity to try and focus our efforts at a more inclusive economy, especially when we are making use of financial instruments that some of the global monetary providers are able to. If we're able to unlock some of that funding for financing the transition to a greener, cleaner economy, then it should also be more inclusive at the end of the day. Thank you, Safaku. I think we can close those polls. And that then takes us to an opportunity for any Q&A that anybody would like to raise. Can I also ask that you do respond to our post-workshop survey? And if there's any questions, please would you raise your hands, and we're happy to field them. If you'd like to make a comment, we'd also welcome your comments. And I see Tony's made a comment in the comment section. Thank you for the presentation. It's a lot to absorb. Having the slides on hand will definitely prompt serious discussions. And Tony, we're well aware that we've covered a lot of content in today's workshop. We will be making these slides available via the DNA website. So please do visit that in a day or two. You can already access all of our slides and webinar recordings from webinars and workshops that have been previously delivered. We hope that you'll be able to make use of these slides in your day-to-day engagements with your fellow trustees, as well as with your principal officers or service providers, depending on your role. We also know that we've had a number of organized labor participants today, and we trust that this will also help you as shop stewards and union organizers to make sure that climate risk is on your agenda as well when it comes to raising up new trustees to serve on some of your labor affiliated funds, as well as making sure that you hold service providers such as fund managers and asset consultants accountable when it comes to considering material ESG issues, including climate risks. I'm not seeing any further kind of hands being raised or any further questions coming through from the chat function. So if I can, please just ask you to make sure that you do complete that post-workshop feedback form. It's an online link in the chat function. Our funders and the project partners would really appreciate you completing that. If you'd like to take up the Batseta CPD benefit from having participated and attended today's workshop, please would you drop Safaku an email just with your full names and your ID number, and we can issue you with a CPD certificate. And then last but not least, do join us for the scenarios workshop on the 30th of September if you're available, and you can register for that workshop via the link which was included in the reminder email for today's workshop. So with that, I don't see any further comments or questions. Just a big thank you for each of you for having attended today's workshop on behalf of the project team. And then also our thanks to our presenters. Thank you very much, Seren Madre from WWF South Africa, Safaku Matibe from Six Capitals Advisory, Tapelo Tladi representing UK Pact and the British High Commission, and from myself, Adrian Bertrand, also of Six Capitals Advisory. It's been great to spend the day together. So with that, enjoy the remainder of your afternoon, and we look forward to keeping in touch. And please do have a look at our website from time to time to follow us in terms of DNA economics and the project resources available, so that you can share those resources with your colleagues and stakeholders. So with that, I'll thank you. Thank you so much for joining us, and we're glad that you could join us today. Enjoy what's left of the afternoon. Thank you and goodbye.